Hello everyone, good morning, and once again, thank you very much everyone for joining me in the session. And now we are absolutely very good to start with our training program for MS-900, which is for Microsoft 365 fundamentals over there. Before starting up working with the session, quickly checking up that can you guys hear me loud and clear in the class and also can see the screen which I am sharing now, that is Microsoft 365 fundamental presentation. All right, and thank you very much everyone for the quick confirmations from your end in here. And let's get start the session in here. And we are from GTechLearn, and we are hosting these virtual training day sessions for the different fundamental courses like MS-900, AC-900, SC-900, PL-900 over the year. That's fine. So today we are going to discuss about MS-900 in the today's training session in here. And I welcome you all in this training session of MS-900 once again. And being a Microsoft certified trainer, I'm going to be your instructor for this course what we are having today to discuss, that is MS-900. So let's jump up with the session and let's start the session with the quick introduction in here. So my name is Ayush Mishra. Currently, I'm working up as a solution architect and Microsoft certified trainer for the GTechLearn with having 6+ years of the experience in the IT industry over there. I have started myself as a system administrator. After that, slowly and gradually, I have moved myself, I've upgraded myself towards the different Microsoft technologies what we are having, like Microsoft Azure, Microsoft Power Platform, Windows Server. I have upgraded myself towards the Dynamics 365 area of the Microsoft. It could be the CRM or ERP. Also, I have upgraded myself with the Exchange server and the PowerShell as well. If I'm talking about my time in here, so the 60% of my time goes for training the customers what we are having across the globe. And also the 40% of my time is goes for consulting the different customers and the clients what we are having across the globe. That's okay. That is a little bit in terms of my time, like how I'm working up with my time in here. Also, I am certified in the different tracks, different platform of the Microsoft. I am certified in the Power Platform. I'm certified in Microsoft tracks over there, and also I'm certified in the Microsoft Azure over there. If I'm talking about my work in here, so I am working towards the infrastructure side of Microsoft Azure as a primary area of my work. However, I'm working towards the Office 365 as a secondary area of my work. For being a Microsoft certified trainer, I'm also holding these certifications with me. Those are related to the Dynamics 365 platform track, Power Platform, MS-100, and Microsoft Azure infrastructure as well. So that is a little bit about me in terms of myself, what I am working up, what I was working up in there. So that is a little bit introduction about your instructor in here. And let's just go ahead with the session. So let's just talk about the class facilities, what we are having in the today's session of MS-900. So as we all know that we are having this session conducted through our online meeting channel over there. So in that case, all the facilities are not required to be done. But as you all guys know that we are scheduled to run from 9 a.m. Eastern to the 5 p.m. Eastern, total 8 hours in a day today for this entire MS-900 training. So during that specific training time, we are having the 1 hour lunch break planned for the same. So we can align with the lunch break plan accordingly. So would it be fine if we put up our lunch break at 1 p.m. Eastern time? Would it be fine for everyone? All right. So we are planning with our lunch break on 1 p.m. Eastern time. And then at any given point of time, if you guys are thinking that I'm moving way much faster with the content, I'm moving way much faster with the demonstration, whatever the things I'm showing it to you, and I should slow it down in order to maintain the pace of the training. So for the same, you guys have a chat access with you, you guys have a voice access with you can ping me out over there and I can align my speed accordingly in order to drive this session into a proper manner. Apart from that, we are also having two short 15-minute breaks are available for the same, which we can take accordingly. So that is the things related to the facilities and the breaks what we are having in the today's session. That's fine. Let's move ahead with the course introduction in here and see that what is MS-900 course, what you guys are joining in here. So if I'm talking about this course in here, so if you are very new towards the Microsoft 365, you are very new towards the Office 365 and you want to start your cloud journey, you want to start your Office 365 journey in here. So that is the very first and basic step in order to prepare yourself for the Office 365 domain over there. So in this specific course, we are going to take a look at how Microsoft 365 can help our organization to increase the productivity by using the different applications what we are having, and how do we connect the Microsoft 365 with the different cloud services what we are having. And also in this course, we are going to take a look on the foundational level of knowledge of the Office 365, the what are the different core services what we are having. Also, we are going to talk about the security related thing, that if we are working with the Office 365, or we can say that the Microsoft 365 environment over there, then what are the different things which we can use in order to maintain the security things for the same. Also, we are going to take a look at the different compliance capability for the same. What are the different pricing things what we are having? And also, we are going to take a look over to the support options for the same. So if you guys are new to the Microsoft 365, or if you guys are having running your workload over there and you need any type of support from the Microsoft itself, so how do we go ahead and use those support things over there? So that is the 10,000 feet level overview of the Microsoft 365, because that is a very vast, very big course in here. But inside this training, we are going to take a look over to the very basic things what we can utilize by using the Microsoft 365. If I'm talking about the prerequisites for this course, or if I'm talking about the further experience with Microsoft 365 before taking this course, my apologies. So if you don't have any experience prior with the Microsoft 365, so don't worry about it. In this course, we are also having module that is giving you the knowledge related to the cloud computing, that what the cloud computing is and how do we go ahead and utilize the same thing and connect the same thing with the Microsoft 365 over there. That's fine. So that is the something which is related to your course. And if you have completed with this training, that is for MS-900, and you have done some lab hands-on practicals with you, or you have completed some further R&D on the same, then in that case, what you can do, you can align yourself for Microsoft 365 fundamental exam domain as well. So that is all about the course MS-900, what we are going to discuss today in this session. That's fine. Now, moving ahead and just talking about the course agenda, that what are the different things, what are the concepts and the learning material, what we are having in this course called MS-900. So the entire MS-900 course is divided into 4 different modules, what we are having. So in the very first module of this MS-900 program, we are going to take a look to the different Azure fundamental concepts over there, like what is Microsoft Azure, what is cloud computing, and what are the different types of cloud computing what we are having. Then in the next module, we are going to take a look related to the different services and the concepts what we are having inside the Microsoft 365. And in this lesson also, we are going to take a look at how do we go ahead and maintain the productivity for our organization by utilizing the product what we are having called Microsoft 365 from Microsoft. Then in the third module of this MS-900 program, we are going to take a look for the different security and the compliance capabilities related to the same. And also in the both of the module, we are going to do some demonstrations related to the concepts what we are having. We are also discussing some theory related things for the same. And then moving ahead with the course, when we are on our module number 4, in that specific module, we are going to take a look for the fundamental knowledge of the Microsoft 365 licensing, that what are the different licensing options what we are having, and what is the service and the support related thing which we can utilize by using the support section of the Microsoft over there. So that is all about the course agenda of MS-900 program. And also that is all about the thing what we are going to discuss in our today's session. That's fine. Now let's move ahead with the session and talk about some exam certification things over there. So after completing this course, after preparing yourself with this concept, with this course, we can say, you can align yourself for your MS-900 Microsoft 365 fundamental exam. And in that specific exam, this exam is having 4 general study areas are available. And from each specific study area, you are getting the percentage of the question weightage, what you are likely going to see in your examination. So from the very first area that is described the cloud computing, from this area, you are going to see 10 to 15% of the question weightage over there. In the second study area that is described the Microsoft 365 service and the concept, from that specific area of the study, you are going to see the 50 to 55% of the question weightage in your examination. Then from the next study area that is explain security, compliance, and the privacy and trust in Microsoft 365, from that specific study area of MS-900, you are going to see 15 to 20% of the question weightage in your examination. Then from the last but not the least, describe Microsoft 365 pricing and support area. You are going to see again 10 to 15% of question weightage in your examination. It means that the higher the percentage, the more questions you are likely to see in that specific area of the examination. That's fine. So that is something what we are having related to the MS-900 course, related to the course introduction, what we are going to discuss in the today's session. If you guys do wanted to register yourself for the upcoming sessions what we are planning on a free node, so you can scan this QR code what I'm sharing on the screen, or also you can visit to the URL that is visible on the screen as well, that is https://gtechlearn.com/webinar is px over there. And by visiting that specific link, you guys can go ahead and do register yourself for our upcoming webinars and the events what we are planning for you. And also you can prepare yourself for the different technologies. You can prepare yourself for your examination, because on a free node, on a webinars, on an event node, or on a virtual training days, like we are running those virtual training days for the different courses, you can go ahead and prepare yourself for the different type of examinations and the courses what you are planning for the same. So let me just open up my browser and show you that how do you go ahead and register yourself for the different upcoming webinar and the events over there. So here inside my portal, I'm just opening up the website that is GTechLearn.com. And from this website, you guys can go to this section that is event and webinar. And from the event and webinar section, here you can see the option for the upcoming event. You can simply open that specific URL, and from in here, you guys can see that we are having all the trainings are aligned accordingly. Like for the different courses, MS-900, Microsoft Power Platform Fundamental, PL-900, MB-910, then again PL-900, SC-900, DP-900. So you guys can go ahead with the same and click on this register button in order to register yourself. Then you need to provide your basic detail like first name, last name, organization, email, phone, and the job title, and then you will be submit. Once you submit that specific form, after that, you will receive the Zoom meeting link by which you can join in the session and utilize that session for yourself in order to prepare yourself for the specific training what you are registering for yourself. So that is the one way. Apart from that, if you guys have registered for a training or at any given point of time you guys missed that specific training session, so you can also go to our this section that is past event, and from this past event section you guys can go ahead and access the recording of the previous sessions what we are having. So in that specific area you guys can see that when we are conducting which specific session, and if you guys have missed those sessions, so you can go ahead onto that area, and from in there you can just click on the watch now and you can access the previous events what we are having. That's okay. So that is the thing how you can go ahead and access the same thing in here. I'm also sharing that specific URL over to the chat, and you can make the note of it, and then you can utilize that specific URL in order to register yourself for the different upcoming events what we are planning. So that is all about the course introduction in here. But before moving ahead and talking about the different class resources with the same. So for the class resources, we can say that we are having the Microsoft Achievement link, and I'm going to share that specific link with you all. And by utilizing that specific link, what you guys can do, you guys can get the certificate of this training that you have completed the training of MS-900 successfully, and also you are having the access to the MS-900 modules on the official website of Microsoft. That's fine. So before sharing the achievement link over there, please let me know how many of you is having your Microsoft certification file profile associated with you. All right, waiting for the confirmations from your end. Okay, you are having your Microsoft certification profile. Yes, Vasudev, you are correct. I'm talking about the MS certification account where you are having all your certifications are listed. Okay, that's great. Thank you for the confirmation. Okay, no problem. So I'm getting the responses from the few candidates in here who is not having their Microsoft certification file created. So let me quickly tell you that how do we go ahead and create a new Microsoft certification profile for us. So for the same, we can go to this URL that is mcp.microsoft.com. Okay. And then it is asking us for signing with the credentials what we are having. So if you are new into this, you are not having any Microsoft certification account, or we can say the Microsoft certification profile associated with you, then from in here, what you can do, you can click on the create one, and then you can click on to this specific area, get a new email address. And please do not complete the steps with me. Please, as of now, only make your focus towards the screen, towards the things, whatever the things I'm explaining it to you, whatever the process I'm doing in here, then you guys have your separate time to complete the things on your end. So as of now, please don't go with the steps with me. Please watch me, please see the screen, whatever the screen I'm sharing. understand the steps, like how I'm performing the things, and then you guys have your dedicated time to do the all things from your end as well. That's fine. So in a new email account, let me type that is Ayush class, and let me go with the next. Then you need to create a new password for your account, whatever the account you are creating. So let me put up my password in here, and then I need to provide my first name and the last name. Then from country and the region, you need to select from which country and region you are having. Then in the birth month, you can select your date of birth. Let me select the random one because I'm just creating it for the demonstration purpose over there. My apologies for the year mistake. Let me go with the next. And then you need to create your account by resolving this specific captcha. And when you have on your account, you can click on to the MCP home in here. And then you can see you will be redirected to your Microsoft Learn profile. My apologies. So here we can select our account from which we are signed into the specific thing. So once you have first time logged into your Microsoft certification profile account and you don't have any certification profile created, then you will be able to see that screen. You need to just click on the next button. You need to check your name, then go with the next, and here you are going to select the country and the region for yourself. Then just click on the save button. And once you click on the save, so now here you can see the congratulations, you have successfully created your profile. You can click on the OK, and then you can see that option connect certification profile. So just click on the connect certification profile. Okay, no problem. And yes, and now here you can see that we are having all the things are available. Then once you are done with those steps, after that I'm sharing one achievement link with you, and that link you need to follow. So after that, what you need to do, let me show the same thing to you as well. So this is going to be the link which you need to open on your browser. And then here you can see it is asking you for the redeem. You need to just click on this redeem button. And it could take few minutes. And now here you can see we have added your achievement to your profile, and then you can click on the view profile. So inside your achievement, here you can see you are having the access to all the learning path, all the learning material, what we are having available as an official node on the Microsoft official Microsoft Learn website. You can access those modules from in here how you want, and inside those modules you are having all the learning things are available, all the theoretical things are available along with the specific knowledge tech things in here. So just for an example, if you go with that specific option, like you need to learn about the Microsoft Azure fundamental cloud concept, so in that area you can select the specific learning path, and then here you can see you are having all the lessons are available with you, which you can open and utilize for your learning. Apart from that, in those sessions or in those Microsoft Learn modules, you are also having the knowledge check option present, which you can utilize to understand that how your learning going on so far with that specific Microsoft Learn material what you are having. So that is the one benefit for activating that achievement code on your profile. Apart from that, if I'm moving ahead with the next thing in here, so in my achievement here you can see I'm having the option for module courses and more. And inside that here you can see that I'm having this one badge available where I cannot click. So once I click on the print button in here, then you can see that I'm having my completion certificate available with me. So that is how you can go ahead and find your certification for the completion of the training as well. So That is the process which you guys need to follow in order to go with the access to the class resources what we are having for this course. And for the same, I'm also sharing the link, and you guys can go to that specific link and make yourself redeemed with the specific link. And this is a quick 10-minute activity. Please do the same and let me know once you guys are done with that, so we can continue with the next things in the MS-900, or we can say that we can go ahead and start the very first module of MS-900 course program in here. So please go ahead and make the achievement code done with you, and then we are continuing with the session. And this is a quick 10-minute activity. And during the same, if you guys are facing any issue, if you guys are having any challenges, just let me know. I'm here to help you upon the same. Okay, that's fine. So now I hope everyone has done with the achievement code activation on their rank. And I also got some confirmations on the chat. And once again, welcome back in the session after the quick activity in here. And thank you very much for the quick confirmations from your end. So now we are going to start the very first module of this course, and that module is related to the describe Azure fundamental concept. So in this specific module, we are going to talk about the fundamental concepts those are related to the cloud computing, as well as we are going to take a look on the Microsoft Azure related thing over there. Like what is Microsoft Azure as well. That's fine. Moving ahead and talking about the very first thing in here. So first of all, it is talking about the discuss the different type of cloud models. But before moving towards with this slide, where we are having the different deployment models are available related to the cloud. First of all, we all need to know that what is the cloud. So when this term comes up over there, cloud. So before explaining this term from my end, I would like to ask one thing from you all guys. Like, what do you guys think about it when you listen? Sorry, when you hear the cloud word or cloud computing, what does it mean for you? Please mark your quick answers over to the chat. Okay, Will, your answer is always amazing. Someone else computer. That's fine. Thank you very much for the answers in here. So if I'm talking about the cloud computing, so cloud computing is something where we are taking the resource on the rank over to the internet. So in a nutshell, we can say that the technology we are utilizing where we are renting the things from any another person. So that is going to be the use case of cloud computing, and that is the cloud computing in the terms of word. And if I'm talking about the cloud service provider, so the companies who are providing us the different cloud services, which we can utilize in order to take the IT resources on the rent from them. So those providers are known as a micro or a cloud service provider. My apologies. So for an example, if we do wanted to call someone, then in India we are having the different call service provider, or we can say the internet service provider or telecom service providers are available like Airtel, Jio, Vodafone, etc. So same as like that, the companies who are providing us the cloud services, what we can utilize to take the rent from there on the take the resources on the rank from their end. So those companies or those providers are known as a cloud service providers. So what are the different cloud providers which do we have? So as of now, we are having the multiple companies. Those are providing the cloud services over there as a cloud service provider. But if I am talking about the major market players who are providing the cloud services, so in that case, we are having the Microsoft, Amazon, and Google. So these three are the market players in the cloud provider thing. For the Microsoft, we are having the project Microsoft Azure, where we can utilizing the cloud computing things over there. For the Amazon, we are having the AWS, and for the Google, we are having the Google Cloud Platform available. And by utilizing those portals, we can take the IT rent on the resources. After that, the question comes up that which type of things or which type of IT resources which we can take over to the rent by utilizing the Microsoft Cloud. So by utilizing the cloud, we can go with the networking. Okay. We can go with the compute. We can take a compute resources on the rent. We are having the storage in place. That's fine. So for a quick example, if we do wanted to work on a machine which is require at least 16 gig of RAM and CPU, virtual CPUs over there. So instead of preparing all the hardware infrastructure on our end, what the else we can do, we can go towards our Microsoft Azure as a cloud service provider, and then we can take those resources from the Microsoft Azure, and the Microsoft is maintaining all the things from me for us, and we are only utilizing the services what we are taking from the Microsoft. That's okay. So in a simple terms, we can say that the cloud computing is on-demand computing resources delivered to your delivered to you over to the internet. So that is the very basic meaning of the cloud computing. Like the thing we are utilizing to take the different services over to the internet, different computing resources over to the internet based on the demand what we are having. So that is known as a cloud computing. Apart from that, if I'm talking about, or if we are going to discuss about the type of the cloud model, so in that case, we are going to see what is the public cloud, what is the private cloud, and what is the hybrid cloud. So first of all, let me just discuss with the private cloud in here. So for an example, I am having my company in the India location, and this is my head office where I am having all my company data available. In the India, I'm having my head office. In the another location in the US, I am having my one branch office. And in the UK location, I am having my another branch office over there. And I wanted to share some information, some critical data, what I'm having inside my head office only with the employees of my organization. For an example, the name of my organization is going to be Contoso. So in that case, instead of moving all the data towards the public internet, what we can do, we can set up one server in our organization, and then we are only sharing that server's data with the different branches what we are having. So we can say that in the private cloud, we are creating our own infrastructure. We are managing our all the things over there, and then we are only sharing that things with the internal persons only for a specific organization. So if I'm having the Contoso company with me, and I only want to share the data with the employees of my Contoso company, and for the same, I have set up one infrastructure over there, and that is only accessed by the Contoso branch offices and the Contoso head office. So that is something which is known as a private cloud. No any user from the public internet can go ahead and access the data what we are having inside the private cloud. So now inside your definition area, you can also see that a private cloud consists of the computing resources used exclusively by the user from one business or organization. And we can set up our private cloud can be in our physical location, means we are having our own data center where we are having our own hosting things are available, and where we are setting up or putting up our data, and then we are providing the access to the different branch offices, whatever the things we are having inside our organization. But the important thing is that no any public access is available for the same, and we are also responsible for managing all the things over there. So that is the private cloud. If I'm talking about the public cloud in here, so for the public cloud, let me explain this thing to you with a layman example in here. So for an example, if you guys think that this is an hotel, so this is a hotel, and in this hotel we are having the multiple rooms are available. Fine. Everyone come to the hotel and take one room for itself, and everyone has its own privacy on the specific room over there. So it means that the anyone from the public area can come to the hotel and take the room accordingly according to their need, and then everyone has its own privacy on their room. So let's assume this hotel as a public cloud provider like Microsoft Azure, Amazon AWS, or the Google GCP, and where we are having the different workloads are created with the different organization or with the individual ones as well. So that is the public cloud. Okay. In the public cloud, you can see the services are offered over the public internet, that anyone go ahead and purchase them, anyone go ahead and create the subscription and then start utilizing those services. So that is something which is known as a public cloud in here. That's fine. When we are talking about the hybrid cloud, so as per the name, we can see that in a hybrid cloud, we are having the environment where we are utilizing the both public cloud and the private cloud over there. So in that scenario here, you can see that inside the private cloud, we are having the scenario where we only want to share the critical data of our organization with the different branches of my organization. So for the same, I have set up all the things inside my organization, and there is no public access available over to the that specific data. However, if I'm running one web server, and inside that specific web server, we are having one sales application running from where the users can come to our website and purchase the things from my organization. So that is my public facing website what we have created, and we have deployed that specific website over to the Microsoft Azure. So we all know that the Azure is an example of the public cloud, and the mm, first option what we have discussed is an example of the private cloud in here. So in that case, we can say that when we are combining the both of the environment, public cloud and the private cloud, then it is known as a hybrid cloud. So these all are the different type of cloud models what we are having present inside it. That's fine. So we can go with the comparison, we can go with the summary of that. So in the public cloud, all the cloud services are provided by the third party provider, or we can say the cloud service provider. Hardware can be shared amongst the multiple clients who are going to access the public cloud. That's fine. If I'm talking about the private cloud in here, so in that case, the hardware is only used by a single company, and also the company has to manage all the data center and the hardware over there. In the hybrid cloud, we can combine the both thing, and accordingly, we can decide that from where which service we want to distribute to the users or the employees of our organization. So that is a little bit about that different type of cloud models what we are having. Now, moving ahead and talking about the benefits of the cloud. In that case, the cloud provides us the high availability. So, yes, for the recording, no problem. Let me tell you that thing again. In our website area on the GTechLearn.com, you can go to the past events option, and from in here you can access the previous recording and also this recording as well after the session has been done. So this is the URL, that is gtechlearn.com/on-demand events.aspx. So I'm sharing the link over to the chat. You guys can access that link from in here. Okay. No problem. So we are just talking about the advantages of the cloud computing. So first of all, let's go ahead and talk about the very first concept, that is high availability. If I'm talking about the high availability in here, so that is depending on the service level agreement. Whatever the service level agreement you are choosing when you are creating the resource over to the cloud, and accordingly you are getting the downtime and the uptime for the things. So inside the high availability, you are having your resources highly available to you. Then the scalability comes up in the line. So by using the scalability option, you can easily scale your applications over to the cloud, and it can be scaled vertically or the horizontally as well. So there are two different type of scaling options are available. The first one that is known as a vertical scaling, and the next one that is known as a horizontal scaling. So if I'm talking about the first one, So in the vertical scaling, we are increasing our compute capacity by adding the RAM or the virtual CPUs to the virtual machine what we are using. In the horizontal scaling, we are increasing the compute capacity by adding the different instance of the resource, such as the VM for the configuration. So it means that if I'm running one server and if I'm running one virtual machine, for example, and as of now inside my this virtual machine, I'm having the 16 gig of RAM available, and I'm having the two virtual CPUs are present in that specific virtual machine, and at any given point of time we want to increase that size, increase that capacity for our VM, and we increase that capacity to the 32 gig of the RAM and the four virtual CPUs. Now the new configuration of my this virtual machine is 32 gig of RAM and 4 virtual CPU. So this scaling is known as a vertical scaling. If I'm explaining about the horizontal scaling, so in that case, for example, I'm running one web server in my environment, and that web server is capable of handling 5,000 requests at a time. And we are running a sale and we are having a much traffic inside our server. And at any given specific point of time, we are getting approximately 20,000 crowd, 20,000% traffic in inside our web server. So in order to handle that specific thing, what horizontal scaling does, it will scale and create the four new servers, and then the entire traffic is divided into those specific servers. So that is going to be create a identical VM accordingly, and accordingly it will balance the load onto the different servers what we are having. So this scaling thing is known as a horizontal scaling. Okay, then we are having the elasticity in place, so you can configure the cloud-based applications to take the advantage of the auto scaling. So in that case, your apps are always have the resource available with them, whatever the resource they need. That's fine. If I'm talking about the another advantage of the cloud computing, then that is going to be the agility. And that is something that how quickly you can deploy and provision the cloud-based resources and how quickly you are going to make the changes into it. So that is something which is known as the agility over there. Okay. Apart from that, we are having the geo distribution present as a benefit of the cloud computing, and we can deploy our application, we can deploy our data to the regional data centers around the globe, sorry, and also we can ensure that from which region, from which area of the globe our customers are having the best performance and lower latency available, and accordingly we can distribute the things over there. So for an example, if I go wanted to share or if I go wanted to host one web application that is going to be accessed by the users who are having in the India location. So instead of deploying that specific web application to the East US region, I am going to deploy that specific application in the India region so that the Indian users can easily access that specific application over there. That's fine with the lower latency. Then the disaster recovery is the another advantage of the cloud computing. So if I'm talking about this one, so that is the cloud-based backup service, which provides us the data replication, geo distribution, and by using that specific advantage, you can deploy your application with the confidence that comes from knowing that your data is safe in the event of disaster over there. So if any natural disaster comes up like flood and all, so in that case, your data is also highly available and safe on your end. That's fine. Now, there is a concept for the capital expense versus operational expense in here. So we are having the two different of expenses are available, which we can consider. The first one that is a capital expenditure and the next one that is operational expenditure. So the capital expenditure is something where we are spending the money to creating to maintaining the upfront physical infrastructure, and that is the expense what we are having in the physical setup of the things inside our organization. That is known as a capital expense over there. Okay. Then we are having the operational expense. So that is the type of expense which we need to expense in order to run those services properly after the infrastructure is set up properly. So for a quick example in here, if we are having a company and we want to provide the cloud services, or we want to provide the web hosting over there, so for the same, first of all, we need to put up one server in here, and that will cost me something. Then I need to prepare the cooling thing from this server, so that will also cost me. Then I need to go with the industry grade routers and the switch by which we can connect our server. So these all are the cost what we are expanding over to the expanding over to the physical infrastructure what we are setting up. That is known as a capital expenditure. And then after, for running all those things, whatever the things we are using and whatever the expense we are doing, for example our electricity bill, our maintenance bill and all, so that expense is going to be a operational expense. So if we are comparing that thing with the cloud, so in the on-premises scenarios where we are managing our own data center, where we are managing our own things on the our own organization, so in that case we are having the capital expenditure first, and capital expenditure also depreciated. So as per the time we are having the less value available for the things what we have purchased before. In the operational expense, when you go to the Microsoft Azure cloud, so in that case Microsoft says you that you only have to pay for the things what you are using, and once you are paid that thing, then you are again go ahead and utilize the services over there. So in the operational expenses, you are only going to be billed for the things what you are utilizing. So that is the difference between the capital expenditure and the operational expenditure in here. Moving ahead to the next slide, that is talking about the different type of cloud service model. So in that case, we are having the different type of cloud service models are available, like infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and the software as a service. That's fine. For the same, I am having the few things available, like what we are having inside the platform as a service, what we are having as an infrastructure as a service, and what we are having as a software as a service. That's fine. So for explaining that thing, let me quickly open up my whiteboard in here. Okay, just give me a quick moment. And this is my whiteboard. I want to open a new dashboard. And let me paste one picture in here. Okay, so now in this example, you guys can see the difference between the infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and software as a service. If you are owning your own car, so in that case, you are going to be managed, or you are responsible for the upgrading, you are responsible for the maintenance, you are responsible for the fuel, insurance, driver, vehicle, registration, and the navigation. So if you are going anywhere with your own car, then you are responsible for all of the things in here. Okay, that's fine. When you are renting the car from any one of the company, then in that case, that specific company manages the upgrading and the maintenance thing for you. However, the fuel, insurance, driver, vehicle, registration, and the navigation is going to be managed by you. In the third scenario, when you are taking the taxi or the Uber for your conveyance, in that case, the company like Ola, like Uber, like Rapido is going to be managed the upgrading, maintenance, fuel, insurance, driver, and vehicle things for you, and you are only responsible for the registration and the navigation. Like how do you want it to go somewhere? That's fine. Apart from that, when you are traveling with the bus, in that case, the everything is going to be managed by your service provider. And what you need to do, you need to just purchase the ticket for a specific location, and then you will be good to go with the same. So for example, for the bus scenario, if this bus is moving from the point A to the point E, and between those points we are having the B, C, and D available, and user one purchase the ticket till the point B, user two purchase the ticket till the point C. So according whatever the subscription, whatever the ticket the user is purchasing, accordingly bus will drop those users onto that specific point. So that is a quick example like how we are trying to understand the things inside the example scenario. Now let me compare the same thing by using the infrastructure as a service model example. So I am opening up another image inside my browser. Just give me a quick moment. Sorry, not on the browser, in my whiteboard. Just give me a quick moment. I'm just opening up that image in here. Just wait for a few more minutes. I'm just copying up the picture. Okay, so this is the one picture and this one is the another one. Okay, so now here you can see that we can compare the same thing. If I am talking about the on-premises thing, so we can relate the on-premises thing with that specific option. And inside that option here, you can see the organization or the individual is going to be responsible for all the things. If I'm talking about the next scenario, in here and we are comparing the rental car with the infrastructure as a service. So in that case, you can see that your service provider is going to be managed the virtualization for you, the server for you, storage, and the networking for you. In the next area, here you can see if I'm talking about the third one, that is taxi Uber. In that case, we can compare the same thing with the platform as a service. And in that case, your cloud service provider in manage all the things till platform for you. You only have to run your code and run your application over there, and you will be good to go with the thing. So this is a platform as a service. And if we are comparing bus with the software as a service, so in that case you guys can see that in the software as a service thing, you only need to purchase the subscription, and according to your subscription you are having the access to the specific things, whatever the things are included inside your subscription. Okay, so if we are going to create a virtual machine in the Microsoft Azure cloud, so in that case, the virtual machine is going to be the example of the infrastructure as a service of the cloud. If we are talking about the platform as a service, so in that case, we are having the app service in place. And if we are talking about the software as a service, then we are having the Microsoft 365 and as an example of the software as a service, because you guys don't know on which server the Microsoft 365 workload is running, on which operating system the Microsoft 365 workload is running, what is the runtime is used over there, how many servers are there for running that specific server, how much storage are there set up by the Microsoft for the same. we are no idea about the same thing. We only know that if we want to use the different services what we are having available as a part of Microsoft 365, then what we need to do, we need to purchase the specific subscription, and according to the specific subscription we are having the different access towards the services what we are having inside the Microsoft 365. So this is a quick explanation of the infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and the software as a service. Please let me know everyone if you guys are having any type of question related to the same what I have explained. Right? So thank you very much for marking the confirmations from your rank. And also here you can see the same thing we are having in here, that what is the difference between all the three cloud structures what we are having: infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and the software as a service. That's okay. So here we can say that the most flexible cloud service, you configure and manage the hardware for your application. In the platform as the service, we are only focusing on the application development. What else the platform management is handled by your cloud service provider. In our case, this is going to be managed by the Microsoft. And in the software as a service, we need to go with the pay-as-you-go pricing model, where user is only going to pay for the software that they are using according to the specific subscription what they are utilizing. That's fine. So that is all about in this module number one, where we talked about the different cloud related scenarios, like what is cloud computing, what is cloud deployment model, what is infrastructure as a service, what is platform as a service, what is software as a service. If you guys are having any type of question related to the same, so you can reach me out with the same. And if everything good in here, then we can go with the next module of this course called MS-900. So I'm just waiting for a few minutes for your queries, and then I'm moving towards with the next module of this course. Okay, so thank you for the quick confirmations from your end. And now I'm going to open up the next module of this course called MS-900. And this module is for describe Microsoft 365 core service and the concepts what we are having. So in this specific module, majorly we are going to talk about the different services what we are having present inside the Microsoft 365. We are going to take a look like what is Microsoft 365, what is the Office 365 and all. Okay, so before starting up with this module, a quick question from you all, that what is the difference between the Microsoft 365 and the Office 365? Both are the same or both are the different? All right. So thank you everyone for the confirmations from your end, and I have received few answers over to this chat. That's fine. If I'm talking about the Microsoft 365, so in this specific module, we are having those lessons available as to be discussed. That is, what is Microsoft 365? How do we go ahead and increase the productivity by utilizing the Microsoft 365 in our environment? Then we are going to take a look for describe the collaboration solutions what we are having in the Microsoft 365. Also, we are going to take a look to the endpoint modularization and the management concepts and the deployment option in Microsoft 365. Also, we are going to talk about the different analytics capabilities of Microsoft 365 as well. That's fine. So if we are moving ahead with the very first concept that is talking about the what is Microsoft 365. So for the same on my whiteboard, let me quickly open up one quick image over to you. And here is the image. And this is the explanation for Microsoft 365. So if we are discussing about the thing, we are discussing about the concept that is Microsoft 365. So the Microsoft 365 is an all-in-one subscription-based pay-as-you-go software as a service type offering that include these three things itself. First of all, it includes the Office 365. It is having the Microsoft Windows 10 Pro with them, and also it is having the Microsoft Enterprise Mobility and Security available with the same. So if we are combining these three things together, so that is known as a Microsoft 365. Many times we are listening that Office 365 and Microsoft 365 are same. That's fine, we can assume it that all the things are same, but the Microsoft Office 365 is a single package. However, the Microsoft 365 is a combination of all these three things like Office 365 Suite, Windows 10 Pro and Enterprise Mobility, and security productivity for maintaining the security inside your organization. That's fine. If I'm moving ahead in here, so in the section we can see that it is talking about the different productivity related things inside the Microsoft 365. That's fine. Or also we can say the thing like the Microsoft 365 is a cloud-based subscription service what we can use where we are having the things available like Office application, we are having the Windows thing available, we are having the security related terms are available as I told you. That's fine. So I'm talking about the data collection related to the Microsoft 365 in here. So other productivity service like Microsoft 365 learn from users and collect the valuable insight through the Microsoft Graph. And the Microsoft Graph is the gateway to data and the intelligence in the Microsoft 365 that will collecting the valuable insights in order to help to deliver the enhanced experience to the users over there. So that's fine. Before moving ahead with that concepts where we are talking about that what are the different ways we can use to make our environment more productive. So before moving ahead with the same, let's just quickly let me show you that how Office 365 looks like. So here I am closing up those tabs and let me see what is the account. So this is the account I use in class. Okay. So I'm going to open a new browser on the screen. And here, let me quickly make a login to office.com. Okay. And which credential I'm going to use. So I'm having this credentials available with me. And let me make a login with the specific credential. And the username is going to be admin at msclasstec.onmicrosoft.com. In the password, let me put up the password for my this account and I'm going to make a login to the office.com. So this is the URL where you can make a login in order to access the applications what we are having in the Office 365. That's fine. So now here you can see I have logged in to my Microsoft 365 account in here, or we can say the Office 365 account in here. That's fine. And then let me go with the next, and here. Now, in that specific area, you can see that the Microsoft Office app is becoming a Microsoft 365 app, your home to find and create and share your content and the ideas over there. That's fine. And here you can see, as I have now, I'm first time logged in with this new account. So I'm having this basic tutorial or the guidance available. Then here you can see on my this portal, inside that area on the left hand side of my screen, I am having those options are available, like my content, whatever the content I am having inside that specific portal, whatever the content I have recently opened. If I'm shared any content with someone, then I will be able to see that specific thing in here. I can also browse the content inside my organization according to the people. So if anyone is sharing the specific thing, then we can access that specific things from in here. We can take a look to the specific meeting what we are having, and accordingly we can go ahead and see the different type of cloud files what we are having. We can go ahead and see the local file and the attachments accordingly. That's okay. In this specific area, if you're clicking up in here, then inside that option, you can see that I'm having the access towards the different applications what we are having as a part of this Office 365. And if I'm clicking up in here on the all application, then you can see we are having the access to the Power BI, Admin Center, Compliance Center, Customer Voice, Dynamics 365 Operation, Excel, List, OneDrive, OneNote, Power App, Power Automate, Project, Security, SharePoint, Stream, Visio, World. So we are having the access to different application what we are having inside our organization. So same as like that, here you can see that we can go ahead to this area and we can see all the applications what we are having. So here we are having the access to all the applications what the applications are available, and we are going to discuss those applications one by one in our upcoming modules in here. So that is our user interface looks like for the Microsoft 365. You can utilize those options in order to make the changes inside the themes. If you go ahead and do wanted to make the changes inside the different portals, so you can make the changes from in here. You can set it up over to the dark mode. You can change the password and you can update the contact preferences from in here. That's fine. Now, if you guys do wanted to manage the users, manage the things as a part of your Microsoft 365 portal in here, then you need to visit to that specific URL, that is admin.microsoft.com, and by utilizing that specific link, you guys can go ahead and access the Microsoft 365 admin center over there. So let me make a login into it. And then now here you can see that we are having the access towards the Microsoft 365 admin center. And from this admin center, we can manage all the users, we can manage all the groups, we can manage all the things what we are having inside our Office 365 available. We can manage the licenses, we can manage the devices, we can manage the settings, report, and the compliance related things over there. That's fine. We are having the different views are available for the same. So as of now, you guys are seeing the dashboard view of the Microsoft Admin Center. If you guys go wanted to change the view to the simplified view, then you can see the simplified view for your Office 365 Admin Center. And here you can see that this is going to be the simplified view for your Microsoft 365 Admin Center. Here you can see the name of your organization, as well as you can go with the dashboard view where you are already having your this view available. Inside your dashboard view, you can see your teams, you can see your user management, you can see your billing, different training guidance related things, threats and antivirus, and the different Microsoft 365 applications what you are having. From this area, you can also go ahead and email the install link. And for the same, you can select the recipient to which you want to share the specific mail. And if you do wanted to add a additional method, so for the same what you can do, you can add your personalized message that this is a quick demo in MS-900 class. That's fine. And then you can simply click on the send email. So after sending the email, when this user checks email over to the Outlook, so let me go ahead and see for the Outlook in here. And that's fine, no problem. Maybe I'm having no proper licenses enabled onto this user. So let me do one thing to that option. Let me assign all the licenses to that specific user. And let me make a save changes in here. Okay. So now here you can see I have assigned the business premium license to my user, whatever the user I'm having. And then let me go ahead and make a sign out and sign in. And then you guys can see that I'm having access to the different other applications like Outlook, SharePoint, Yammer, Sway, Delve, or Believe, or uh, Viva as well. That's fine. So let me make login again to the office.com with the user account what I have logged in. That is my admin at msclass.tec.on-microsoft.com. Once I click on the sign in, I need to provide my credentials again. And I can also visit to the admin.microsoft.com with the same account. And then now here you can see that I'm having the access to other different applications which we are not showing in the previous screen. Those applications are Outlook, let me go to the all app, and then here you can see we are having the access to the Outlook. We are having the access to the different application like Teams, Sway, and all. So if I click on the show all, then you can see Excel, Form, Kazala, List, People, Outlook, OneNote, OneDrive, Planner, Power App, Power Automate, Power BI, SharePoint, Project, Stream, Sway, To Do, Whiteboard, Word, Visio, Yammer, Riva. So we are having the different application access are available. That's okay. Here, if I'm opening up my Outlook, then inside my Outlook, I'm expecting one email with the installation details available. So if I'm not having that thing available with me, then from this specific area, we can also go with that specific option that is email install link. And then let me go ahead and select the specific user. And in the message, let me type this is a demo only. And let me click on the send email. So now here you can see we have sent the email and your recipients will get the email in few minutes. So now here you can see I got a mail from myself itself because I'm having the administrator. And here this is the demo content what I have written. Demo only. Hello Ayush. Your admin at GTechLearn has given you access to this license, which includes those things along with the things. And if you can go ahead, download the Office from that specific link. So that is how we can share the email installation link to the users as well. That's fine. So that is the basic overview of the Microsoft 365, that how the user portal looks like, how the admin portal looks like. So is this thing is clear to everyone? Okay, so thank you very much for the quick confirmations in here, and please mark your confirmations properly in order to make this session more interactive over there. That's fine. So here I am moving back to this slide, and this slide is talking about what are the different ways which we are having in the Microsoft 365 to maintain the productivity. So the first thing says that be more productive from anywhere with Microsoft 365. So we can access the Microsoft 365 from anywhere. There is no any restriction that from where we need to access the Microsoft 365. We can access the Microsoft 365 services across the globe. secure your organization with technology you can trust through Microsoft 365. So in the Microsoft 365, we are also having the security related things are available, which we can utilize in order to make our organization more secure and in order to maintain the compliance related things for our organization. And also it is giving us the one cost effective solution by utilizing the Microsoft 365. So for example, we are utilizing the multiple things in here and we do wanted to run all the things with a single platform. We want to consolidate all the things inside a single platform. So instead of purchasing the different licenses, instead of purchasing the different platforms over there for the multiple capabilities, we can see all the things inside a one single platform, which is Microsoft Admin Center. And from there, we can manage all the things easily. So by utilizing those things, we can go ahead and increase the productivity in the cloud. That's fine. And then the next thing comes up that how Microsoft 365 enable the hybrid and flexible work strategies over there. So for the same, let's just discuss the thing in here. So we all know that we suffered from the COVID pandemic. So that pandemic has fundamentally transformed the way we work. We are doing the business, we are meeting the customers, we are working the things, but all the things we are doing with the remote location, because at that time it is not possible to meet the people normally. So in that case, we are utilizing the hybrid and flexible working over there. And over that, the Microsoft 365 helps us a lot. How it helps us a lot? Because if we are talking about the very basic and very first benefit of the Microsoft 365, that is the one that it provides us the collaboration over there. How it provides the collaboration? Let me give you a quick example for the same. Okay, so now here I'm opening up one of my work file, for example. Sorry, and I want to create a new blank document. Okay, this is the Word document I am having, and let me remove the dark mode in here. And then I'm going to save my this file with the name MS-900 file. Okay. And what the next thing I want to do, I want to share this specific file. So any one of you, please share me your email address over to the chat. Any one of you can share your email with me on the chat, and I'm using that email for sharing the specific file over there. Okay, so that is the first email what I have received. And let me copy that specific email, and I'm sharing that specific file with this email, and with this email people can add it the file. Okay, let me add one more email, and this is going to be mine, another email, this one. Okay, and let me do one thing here. I can type this email only. Okay, no problem. Here I can add another, and this is going to be this one. And let me add one more, that is ganesh.gzb@outlook.com. So now you can see that I have shared my this file with those persons, and it says that those persons are outside from your organization. That's okay. I'm giving the permission to add it, and let me send the email. Now here you can see the link to MS-900 file is sent. Let me open up my email in here, and also here you can confirm me for the same. So let me go with the mail.google.com, and here I can see my Outlook. Okay, that's fine. And inside my email, I can easily say that I am having my email. So maybe I have mentioned my own email. That's why I have received the email in here. That's fine. Let me open up the link in here. And Nathan, please try to access the same file what I have shared with you, and please try to make any changes into it and let me know for the same. So now here you can see the guest contributor. Someone is changing into the file. Ayush, and the another is the guest contributor. I can also go ahead and make the changes into the same file at the same time. So that is a quick example for the collaboration. Okay, so by utilizing the Microsoft 365, we can increase the productivity by collaborating with the things. That's fine. Now let me close that file in here, and I'm moving back to the presentation. So we can stay connected from anywhere in the world and anytime by utilizing the different cloud-based services what we are having. Microsoft 365 also help us or help our organization to meet the need of our worker. When it comes up to the security, so we can also go ahead and use the secure sign-in by using the multi-factor authentication related thing, where we are securing the things what we are having inside the Microsoft 365 over there. And also it will giving us the protection against the different type of malware, malicious attack, and the data loss related things what we are having. Okay, in that case, let me show you one more example in here that my organization, GTechLearn, is also utilizing the Microsoft 365. And if I want to log in to the office.com by utilizing my official work email address, that is ayush.mishra at gtechlearn.com. And then I need to enter my password. Okay. Once I enter my password, then it is asking me for verify your identity. So let me come back to the presentation, and here you can see the secure sign-in with the multi-factor authentication and built-in security feature of Microsoft 365 protect against the malware, malicious attack, and the data loss. So for an example, if any other user has the access, or if any other attacker has the access of to my password, then after when they try to make a login, then they need to enter the specific code, what the code I'm receiving in my mobile phone. That's okay. And whatever the code I'm having, that is 004715. And once I verify with the code, whatever the code I'm receiving in my mobile phone, registered mobile phone, then I will be able to make a login inside the Office 365. That's okay. So that is the security related things what we are having. Also, we can manage our hybrid workers device from the cloud with the different security settings that which applications are allowed to that specific device, and we can maintain the compliance for those devices as well. So if I am moving back to my admin portal in here, so inside my admin portal, you can see that we are having one option present for the devices. And inside the devices, we can see all over the active devices what we are having. So if we are having the devices present, so this is a demo account. That's why I'm not having any device available in here. So once we are having the devices available, we can see the device name, display name, username, operating system, device action as well. We can also see where our application is managed, and we can also remove the company data from the managed applications by utilizing this portal as well. So that is also giving us the proper compliance related things. And the last point, be just as collaborative and productive with the online meeting, chat, and shared workspaces and the task. So as we seen in the demonstration that we are utilizing the same file at the same time with the working. So that is the example for the shared workspaces. We can connect with the online meetings by utilizing the Microsoft Teams. We can go with the chats option. We can do a collaboration by utilizing the same. So these all are the also best things what we are having present in the Microsoft 365 that will help us to enable the hybrid and the flexible work schedules over there. That's fine. So that is all what we need to discuss in here. Then if I'm talking about the difference between Office 365, difference between the Windows 365 and the Microsoft 365. So in that case, we can say that before 10 years, the Microsoft introduced one product that is known as a Office 365. And that is a software as a service, what we are utilizing. After that, over the last several years, Microsoft Cloud Productivity Service have grown well and beyond what people traditionally think of Office, like which is only used for the Word, Excel, PowerPoint, and all. Microsoft 365 is having the capability for different related things that we can go ahead and design to help people and design and businesses to achieve more with the different innovative applications included into that part. We are having the intelligent cloud services and the security we are having, and also like Office 365 we are having the subscription available for the Microsoft 365, and we can make sure that how we can go ahead and utilize the different things what we are having in the Microsoft 365. So as I told you when we are discussing about the thing, so first of all the Windows 365 is a subscription that is only a subscription or a service we can say which we are using to allow and create and run the personal computers remotely over there. That's fine. Then in the Microsoft 365, so that is the thing which include the different Office applications like Word, Excel, OneDrive, PowerPoint, Planner, and all. And including that thing also it is having the multiple things are available as a package of the same, including with the Microsoft Enterprise Mobility and Security that will helping the organization to protect and secure their organization, including the identity and access management, information protection, threat protection, and different endpoint management related thing. That's fine. Now, moving ahead with the next concept, and talking about the different subscriptions what we are having as a part of the licenses of Microsoft 365. So in the pricing plans of the Microsoft 365, we are having the different subscriptions are available like Microsoft 365 Home, Microsoft 365 Education, Microsoft 365 for Business, Microsoft 365 Enterprise. So what is the difference between all of them? So in the Microsoft Home thing, we are having the simple productivity things are available. Some few applications are available which we can utilize for our personal and family use inside the Microsoft 365 educational edition. So that is the edition which is available for the institutions, and by you having that specific edition, the Microsoft 365 education giving the capability to the educators to unlock the creativity and promote the teamwork while providing a safe experience over there to the users. And in that case, we can go ahead and use those licenses with the faculty of the college, staff, and the student as well. That's fine. Then we are having the Microsoft 365 business available as a part of the addition. So in that addition, this addition is designed for the small businesses, this or the medium organizations. And by using that specific tool, we can also help our organization in order to improve the cyber security posture of our organization. How do we make more secure our organization? We can reduce the cost. We can give the power to our employees to work from anywhere and also it include the all of the tools and the applications what we are having inside the Office 365, as well as it is having the default security and the device management feature available with the same. That's okay. Then if I'm talking about the Microsoft 365 Enterprise, so this is the license that is designed for the large organizations over there. And if we are having the large organization, then we can go with that specific enterprise edition over there. So that is something which is related to the different Microsoft 365 subscription options what we are having. Moving ahead and talking about the next concept, so it is talking about joining the Microsoft 365 developer program. So if you want to go and test your subscription related thing, then what you can do, you can create your own sandbox environment and develop your solution. And this sandbox program is totally independent for you. You can see your environment that include the 25 user licenses with you, and that is available for you for last 90 days. You can utilize this and build the Microsoft Teams application, Office add-in, Word, Excel, PowerPoint, SharePoint related thing. And you can also go ahead and explore the different things what we are having inside the Microsoft 365. Okay, so how do we do that? For the same, we can select the first URL, and here just give me a quick moment. I'm opening up one URL over to the chat for you, and this is the URL which we need to access. Okay, just give me a quick moment. And here you can see when I enter into it, it is said that join the Microsoft 365 developer program today and get an instant sandbox pre-configured with the sample data. Let me click on the join now. And I'm also sharing this link with the chat box for you, and that is for join Microsoft 365 developer program. And this is going to be the link. Then I need to provide my country region. So as of now, let me select the United States as my country region as of now. In the company, let me type my company name GTech, and I accept with the terms and conditions for the same. Let me go with the next. And what is the primary focus of mine as a developer? So let me go with the personal projects in here. And then let me go with the next. And then it is asking me like what area of Microsoft 365 development you're interested. So let me select the Power Platform, Identity Platform, Teams, and Office again. And let me click on the save in here. And then you can see if you're going to have a subscription already, we recommend that you begin with your membership by setting up the close. Okay, so now here you can see that I'm having that thing available, and I can go ahead and set up my E5 subscription. And you can see the sandbox provisioning is currently disabled due to technical issue, and please try after a few days. So that is the process how you can go ahead and provision your sandbox. But as of now, due to some technical issues, that thing is not available to you. So as of now, we don't go ahead and create the same thing in here. That's fine. So the process is clear to everyone. All right. Thank you for your quick confirmations in here. Now, apart from that, if you guys do wanted to make your own hands-on experience with the same, then what you guys can do, you can go ahead and set up a free instance of your subscription for the same. So let me close my this browser, and I'm going to opening up a new private window in here. Then from in that case, you can search for Office 365 plans. Okay, and then you can search for the Office 365 plan. So here you can see as of now, I'm seeing the plan from the India location. So let me make the changes in here and let me go with the ENUS. And now here you can see I'm seeing the plan for the US side over there. So from in here, you can see that for the home editions, I'm having the Microsoft 365 family and the personal pack available. Apart from that, if I go back for the business option, then inside the business option, I'm having the subscription for Microsoft 365 Business Basic, and it will charge me $6 per user per month. It is having 1 TB of cloud storage capability with along with those applications. We are having the Microsoft 365 app for business and those things. If you guys go wanted to test it for the free month, then you can go and click on the try for free. Then you need to type your email address. In my case, this is going to be this one. Let me go with the next. I need to set up my account. Here, I need to provide my details. Then I can go with my phone number. In the company name, I can type the company name. In the people, you can select the how many people are there in my company. Let me go with the next. And here in the phone verification, let me select my specific country code. And let me click on the send verification code. Then it will send one verification code on my mobile phone. And once I'm having my verification code with me, then I can go ahead and utilize that code for the sign up process. And the code is 505433. Let me go with the verify option in here. It's okay. Okay, it says that 505443. Oh, my apologies. This is 443. Let me click on the verify. And then it is asking me for the username. So let me type admin gtechlec.onmicrosoft.com, and this is going to be the password for my this account. Let me confirm it and click on the next. Then you can see it is in creating a free trial for you for the 1 month, and you are having the 25 licenses available with you with all the premium features are available with you. Once your sign-in is done, then you need to add the payment method, and after adding the payment method, you will be able to work with your specific subscription. So that is the way how you guys can go ahead and set up your free subscription for your practicals over there. And as well as if you guys do wanted to see the instructions, if you are having any lab, so you can go to the MS-900, and here we can type the GitHub, and inside the MS-900 GitHub we can see all the instructions what we are having. So if there is any guide and things are available, so we can access those things from in here. That's fine. And also you can go to the Microsoft Learn where you find the exercises as well. So that is the something how you can go ahead and create your subscription. So let me move back to the presentation, and here you can see it is talking about the setting up and configuring the E5 Developer Sandbox Protect subscription. So as I already shown you that currently that thing is not available. So we cannot enable and configure that thing as of now, but in a few moments we can go ahead and configure the same thing. That's fine. Let me try the same thing with the another URL what I am having. So let me try the same thing with the another URL as well. And let me copy this URL, and I wanted to open the same inside my this browser. Let me paste it in here. And here you can see it is redirecting us to the same platform where we are having. So as of now, we are not having that thing available. That's fine. moving to the next thing. So that is all what we need to discuss in this lesson. In this lesson, we talked about how do we go ahead and create a trial organization for ourselves. What are the different subscriptions what we are having? What is the difference between the Office 365, Microsoft 365, and different things over there. That's fine. So these all are the things what we have to discuss in this lesson. And now we are moving towards the next lesson of this module that is talking about the different productivity solutions what we are having inside that is specific Microsoft 365 tool. Before moving ahead with that specific lesson, please let me know if you guys are having any questions related to the same. All right. So we are just waiting for the questions in here, and that's fine. So now, before starting up with the lesson number 2 in here, would it be fine if we take a short 15-minute break in here, and then we can continue with the lesson number 2? Please mark your confirmations in here. All right, thank you very much for the quick confirmation. So here we are taking our first short break, and it is for 15 minutes. That's fine. And I'll catch you all after the break. And till the time, enjoy your break, guys. Okay, please start work on your project. Let me hit enter. And then here you can see on my Shivam user, if I'm opening up the Teams in here, then I am going to see the new Teams is associated with that specific user, and also user Shivam is getting one message from the same. So here you can see GTech, sorry, MS-900 demo team. Here Shivam is replying to me that, hi Ayush, I am ready. Skip the tour. And when Shivam replies, let me correct the spelling. This is ready. And here inside my Teams area, I am having that reply available. Inside the file, if I'm going ahead and adding a file, then I will be able to share that file with my team members, as well as I can go ahead and add more tasks in the same. So if I can go ahead and add a new tab, and this tab is related to the task, for example. So now here you can see it is searching for the task. And inside the task, it is searching for the task by planner. So let me go ahead and I want to add this inside my tab and post to the channel about to this tab. And I want to create a new plan. Okay. And the name of my tab is Project 01. Let me make save. And also it is going to save the information and share the information into the chat as well, that a new tab is added over to the same. So if I go to the post option, here you can see I added a new tab at the top of this channel, and from in here I can go ahead and assign the task. So the task is share me the project requirement. For example, and the give date for this task is 15, and I'm going to assign that task to the Shivam. Let me add on the task. So now here you can see a new task has been added to the user Shivam, and when user Shivam is logging in into that specific team, then here you can see the project one is a new tab available onto the user Shivam's team, and in the activity you can see that okay, we are having all the notifications. I can go ahead and set up the private conversations as well. So if we want to go with the instant messaging, so we can go and search for the Ayush, for example, and then from in here, we can go ahead and start the private messaging or chat messaging without the teams as well. So that is how we can collaborate with the team. If I do want to make a call to the users, I can go ahead and make a call, and inside the call option, whatever the thing I'm having, let me allow the call. And then here you can see it is making a call to my user Ayush. And inside my Ayush portal, you can see that I'm having the call. Let me accept this call. Okay. And now I have added with the call specifically. So that is how we can connect with the calls in here. So these all are the different ways and the methods which do we have available. And here we can see the calls, we can see the activity missed the call from the Shivam. So that is how we can go with the online meetings and the calls as well with the user. That's okay. We are also having the different application integrations in the team. So for example, from my end, inside the teams, I have uploaded one Excel file. Let me go ahead and I want to upload a file. And this time I want to go to the downloads. Uh-oh, let me correct the spelling. Okay, let me search for the downloads. And in the download, let me select that specific file. And now I'm having this file available with me, and I do wanted to open this file. So here you can see I'm having the Excel integration automatically available, and I can go ahead and add and see the details into this file by using the Excel integration in the Teams. That's fine. So that is how we can go ahead and use the Teams as well. Apart from that, if we are talking about the Microsoft Viva, so after the Teams, we are having that another tool available into the Microsoft 365, and this is going to be Microsoft Viva, and where I'm having this tool. So let me search for the specific tool. Visio and Viva Insight. In the Viva Insight, we can see all the things that it could have the Viva connection, it could have a Viva Insight and the topic, and it is something that is giving us the information according to the user. Like what is the focus time for the user, what is the user activity, and Viva Insight provide us the capability that by using that specific thing, we can manage the learning things over there for the employees. So we can say the if connected option, we can see the protect time if we are having any effective meeting. So we can see that thing. We are having the inspiration library available. So that is the tool which is helping the employees to maintain the learning capabilities and experiences for the users over there. That's fine. After that, we are having the two different tools are available, like the SharePoint and the OneDrive. So what is the use of the SharePoint and the OneDrive? So first of all, I'm going here and opening up the Microsoft SharePoint. So in the SharePoint, what we can do, we can go ahead and create a intranet website that will give us the capability to our employees to share the things inside the organization. And inside the SharePoint, we can go ahead and create a different site. So for example, I have created a site. So we are having two different type of sites are available, the communication site and the team site. And also, we are having the hub site available as a part of the SharePoint site. So we can use the hub site to organize the different team sites in the communication sites what we are having. So that is known as a hub site. But when it comes up to the creation of the site, so we can go ahead and create a team site, or we can create a communication sites accordingly. In the teams site, we can have track and script bracket with the project status. All site owner and member can publish the site content, and in the communication side, the view content author and many site visitors. In that case, we can engage the different viewers on the same. We can create the portals on the subject specific site as well. That's fine. Let me create a team site. In the site name, we can type a name. So this is our MS-900 site. Okay. Then let me go with the next. And in the member name, for example, I wanted to add the user Shivam as a member. That's fine. And let me go with the finish. Okay. And now here you can see that we are having site available. In the site, we can have different conversations are available. In the site, we can create a notebook. We can go ahead and create a list, page, space, post, application, and the plan. So as of now, I want to create a list. So inside the list, I want to create a blank list. So this is going to be my list 01. And I want to create a same list. Okay, so inside the list, I'm having the title. I can go ahead and add a column, like we can go with the date and time, we can go with the person. So we can use the SharePoint in order to create the different site where we are only having the thing available inside the organization. Means if we want to share such information inside the organization boundaries, so the SharePoint is the best way for the same. We can also set up the different type of automations over there. We can automate, and we can also export the things. We can integrate the Power App and different Power applications with the same. We can manage the alert when any item is added towards the SharePoint site, then a alert has been generated accordingly. That's fine. Apart from that, when we are talking about the OneDrive in place, so OneDrive is something which we can use that will give us the powerful collaboration experience. Sorry, for the file sharing. So Microsoft 365 OneDrive is a cloud-based service that enables us to access, to share, and collaborate with the files from the anywhere, and your users can access the file within the browser and sync the things accordingly. That's fine. So the benefit of the OneDrive is that users can access the file from anywhere. They can manage the files on the go. They can create file, they can edit file, they can share file easily by using the mobile application. It is also giving us the protection for the file, like who wants to access my specific file. So as of now, here you can see that I'm having these files are available with me. I'm having my notebook with me, what I have created in the OneNote demonstration, and I wanted to share my this file with my users. So in that case, I can select that specific file. I can go with the share option, and inside the share, we are having the multiple options. Like we can select that anyone with the link can edit, only the person in my organization with the link, people with the existing access, or we can define the specific people. Then we can go with the second, like people can access, can edit the file, or only can view the file. So let me share this file can view only, and here I can set up the expiration of the same. I can set the password. The user will need to enter the password in order to access the file. So let me put up the password. In my case, that is going to be this one. And I want to block the download for my this file. And let me click on the apply. So now here you can see that I'm having this link. Let me copy that specific link, and I want to access the same file in here. So I'm going to open up a new browser, and let me test the settings what I have applied on my shared file. Okay, so here is the browser, and here let me enter the URL of my file, and then here you can see it is going with the sharing link validation. First of all, I need to enter the password. So I have entered the password what I have set it up. And once it is okay, then it is checking for the permissions. And I do not make any changes in the file because I have shared it as a read only. Okay. And also the download option is disabled for the specific file. So now here you can see you don't have permission to download or print this file. As of now, if I'm trying to print that specific file, then I am having the error in that case. Okay, and now here you can see the print is not coming up and we don't have permission for the same. So that is how we can maintain the security by utilizing the OneDrive as well. We are having the multiple security options also available for the OneDrive. That's fine. Then the next thing comes up in the line, the next application, what we need to discuss in here, that is going to be a Yammer. Okay, so let me open up the Yammer in here. And inside my this browser, let me close the OneDrive and I want to open the Yammer in here. Where it is, this one is the Yammer. And inside my Yammer, so this is the Yammer. Let's just talk about the Yammer. So that is the secure enterprise social internal site to our organization. Like we are utilizing the Facebook, you are utilizing the different sites. So if we want to set up a intranet based internal network based social networking site, so the Yammer is the something important thing is that Yammer also support both internal and external networks to help the users to communicate and collaborate over there. However, the internal network is restricted to the user inside the organization, while the external network is open to the users those are outside from the organization domains over there. That's fine. Moving ahead to the Yammer, and let's see that how we go ahead and work with the Yammer. So inside that, if I'm going ahead and opening up the Yammer in here, so inside that here you can see that we are having the home feed, communities, story, and the inboxing available. Inside the communities, we can go ahead and see all the communities what we are having. Also, we can go ahead and create a new community. So this is for MS-900 class, and let me type M365 demos. In the members, let me go ahead and add Shivam as a member, and I can go ahead and add Ganesh as a member, or I can go ahead and you add Mayank as a user. I can add Abhishek as a user in here, and let me create a new community. So this is my public community. Anyone can join this community, and inside my this community, I can go ahead and post a discussion. How is the session going on? I can post that discussion, and based on that, people will like, people will comment, and people will answer accordingly. I can share a question and the things. Inside my home feed, I can see all the home feed. I can share my thought. So let me go ahead and type hello all. And I want to share this as with a community, and this is my this community over there, and let me post it. So that is how you can go ahead and create a different post by utilizing the Yammer. So this is the thing, if you wanted to make change the setting into the Yammer, so you can edit the settings for the Yammer as well, and inside that we are having the options available. So let's get look into the thing. So here you can see the GTech is a verified network. In my application, we can see in which system you have installed Yammer. In the notifications, you can see the details related to the notification. In the preferences, we can see our preferences. So we can also make the changes into those notifications. We can also make the changes into the different preferences like language. In the inbox setting, we can go ahead and manage the inbox settings as well for the Yammer. That's okay. And if I want to go ahead with the private message, So let me go ahead and share the hello Abhishek, for example. And I want to send this private message to the specific person and post. So this will post and only visible to the user Abhishek. It is invisible from my home feed and from my community or from my storyline as well. So inside the home feed and the following, I don't see that specific thing. That is only visible to the user Abhishek's home feed over there. So in a nutshell, we can say that if we wanted to work with the internal social media, so we can go ahead and utilize the Yammer for the same. So these all are the tools what we have to discuss in here, like Viva and all. We are having the people tool available. I don't go ahead and discuss the PowerPoint, Word, Excel and all because you guys are also aware about it. Let me share some more information with the Scream and the Sway tool what we are having inside the Sway and the Scream tool. If you guys do wanted to set up a new recording, if you want to go with the specific screaming related things, then you can go ahead and utilize that specific Scream tool in here. So in the Scream, you can create a channel, same as like that you are utilizing the YouTube. Accordingly, you can go ahead and utilize the Scream for the same. So if I'm opening up the Scream in here, then I can go ahead and visit the Scream Classic, that how Scream looks like previously. And inside that option, we can go ahead and create a channel. We can manage a channel. We can upload our video. So we can go ahead and Scream on my SharePoint. Come in here, we can go and we can see that option. Okay, so maybe it's having some issue as of now. In this way, we can go ahead and create a different newsletter. We can create different document according to the template. So for example, if I want to present some internal newsletters, so by using this way, we can utilize those template and easily create the things for us. That's fine. So now here you can see if I want to start editing with this template. So it is preparing my template for the editing, and then we can configure with the same. So here I need to add the summary. So here I can type that this is my MS-900 class. Let me go ahead and type here. I use, and here I can see what's new inside this. This is a virtual training day. And then let me play it in here. So now here you can see that we are having those things are available, and we are having all the things are available accordingly. So that is how we can go ahead and create different newsletters and all the things by using the Sway in here. So these all are the applications which we need to discuss inside as a part of Office 365 application. Before moving ahead and coming back to the presentation, please let me know everyone if you guys are having any question related to the same what I have shown to you. All right, thank you for the quick confirmation. Just give me a quick moment. I'm opening up the presentations for you. So now here you can see in this slide I am having all the tools available what we have discussed. In this slide, it is talking about the Microsoft Teams. So we already seen that how do we go ahead and use the Microsoft Team for the collaboration? How do we go ahead and create the content in the different Microsoft 365 application like Word, Excel, PowerPoint and all. We already talked about the OneDrive, SharePoint, Outlook, Exchange, planner, project, bookings, and to do. That's fine. Here we can see, so it is talking about the benefit. So by using the Microsoft 365 applications with us, it will help us to increase the productivity. We can work across the multiple devices. We can work with the applications those are already up to date. In our upcoming modules, we are already going to see, sorry, that how do we go ahead and manage the update channels for the same. That's fine. We can also work intelligently with the connected experiences. What are the different applications what are included in the Microsoft 365? So Word, Excel, PowerPoint, Outlook, OneNote, Teams, and a lot of applications are available. And we discussed those applications earlier as well. That's fine. Now, this is the slide that is talking about the work management tool in the Microsoft 365. So we already had a look to the Microsoft Project, Microsoft Planner, Booking, and the Microsoft To Do. That's fine. Then it is talking about the describe business class email and calendaring option. So we discussed that we can use the Microsoft email. By using that, we can exchange, sorry, to stay connected all the things. We can customize our email. We can manage the collaboration settings. We can share our calendar. We can having a simplified admin area available. From here we can go ahead and manage all the things in here. So as of now, here you can see this is the basic interface of Exchange Online. So we already seen that how Exchange Online looks that. And that is all about this lesson number 2 in here. Before moving ahead with the lesson number 3, that is talking about the described collaboration solutions in Microsoft 365. Please let me know if you guys are having any pending question related to the same what we have discussed so far. Okay, thank you very much for the quick confirmations in here again. So in this lesson number 3, it is talking about the teams, that how do we go ahead and utilize the Microsoft Teams to connect and collaborate? How do we go ahead and utilize Microsoft Viva? And what is the difference between the SharePoint and the OneDrive? That's fine. So we already seen that how do we work with the teams? How do we go ahead and create the teams and the channels? How do we work with the chat and instant messaging option? How do we set up the online meetings? We can also go ahead and set up the Teams phone if we want. We can also extend the Teams by using the collaborative application. Like we can integrate the Excel with the same, we can integrate the Power BI with the same, or also we are having the security related things are available in the team. And by utilizing that, we can maintain the security of our team. And also we can make our teams more compliant in order to work with the teams securely. That's fine. These things we discussed already in the demonstrations. Then it is talking about the Viva. So the Microsoft Viva is divided into 3 different sections. The first of all, we are having the connections. So these are the connection that was created to keep everyone in the workforce connected. Then we are having the Viva Insight, that which person is having which type of work, what is the balance available for the same. In the Viva topic, we can see the different knowledge. We can see the different information. That information is provided to the employees through the different topic page. And by utilizing that, they can easily work with the same things what they are having. That's okay. And then we are having the Viva Learning. So Viva Learning is a tool that is a centralized hub which we can utilize to build our skill, to learn new thing, to share our thought, to recommend something to someone. Or we are also having the different content libraries are available into the Microsoft Viva. And by utilizing those content libraries, we can grow up with our learnings as well. That's fine. Then this is a slide that is talking about the features of the SharePoint and the OneDrive. So we already discussed that the SharePoint is something where we can creating the site for sharing the thing inside our organization. And in the SharePoint, we can create 3 different type of sites over there. Like we can create a team site, we can create a communication site, or we can create a hub site. In the OneDrive, we can share the things in the real-time manner. We can access our files from the different devices what we are having. It can manage the files over there. We can have the different collaboration options are available. If we do want to share the file inside our organization, as well as if we do want to share the file outside from the organization, then we can go ahead and utilize the OneDrive as well. We can also quickly find the files, and also we can set up the different security to those files as well. That's fine. So these all are the things which we have to discuss as a part of this slide as well. And also the in the next slide is just talking about the YAML. So by using the YAML, what we can do, we can create the different community, and by creating the community, we can engage our employment employees with the leader. We can modernize the employee communication. If we do want to share some knowledge sharing, so we can do the same, and we can also having the different powering things available. So as of now in this picture, you can see someone shared what is our policy for working remotely. So if a new employee in the organization and he wanted to know that what is the policy for the companies for working in the remote location, so instead of getting all the things gathered from the team, they can share that post, and accordingly the people will answer to that specific post, and that is resides inside the organization over there. As well as you guys can go ahead and create different communities. They're all company giving campaigning, leadership connection, Office 365 adoption, sales best practice, safety, ask HR, women of Contoso, new employee, diversity. So we can have multiple communities are available which we can create accordingly. That's fine. So that is all about this lesson as well, where we talked about the collaboration related thing. We talked about the different work culture. We talked about the difference between the SharePoint and the OneDrive, and how do we go ahead and utilize both in order to sharing the file and giving our employees a better file sharing experience. We also talked about the YAML, in which we talked about how YAML communities can help to the fosters connection in your organization. So that is something what we have to discuss in the lesson number 3, as we already seen those things inside the practical over there. So that's why I am explaining the things in here, and we are moving towards with the lesson number 4. Before moving ahead with that specific lesson, please let me know everyone if you guys are having any question related to the things what we have discussed in the lesson number 3. All right. So thank you very much everyone for the quick confirmation from your end. Now let me go ahead and just talk about the different capabilities of Microsoft Endpoint Manager. What is the different capabilities of Windows 365 and Azure Virtual Desktop? How do we go ahead and deploy the release models of the Windows as a service? And what are the different deployment models which do we have available as a part of Office 365 in here? So first of all, if we want to talk about the endpoint manager capability, so in the endpoint manager, we can go ahead and manage Microsoft Intune. We are having the configuration manager option present. We can manage the desktop analysis. We can go with the Windows autopilot. We are having the endpoint manager admin center available. That's fine. So let me jump up to the portal and show you the different capabilities of Microsoft endpoint manager, and then we talk about the different things what we are having. That's fine. So here inside my portal, let me open up my portal in here, and here let me go to the portal.azure.com, and then from in here Okay, no problem. Let me search for the Intune, and here you can see that we are having on the endpoint manager. So we can use this endpoint manager in order to manage all the devices what we are having inside our organization, and we can manage all the devices by utilizing the same tool. Okay, so inside that we are having the Intune. So that is a cloud-based service that is used for the mobile device and the mobile application management. We are having the different tools are available like configuration manager, co-management, desktop analysis, Windows Autopilot, Azure AD, and Microsoft Admin Center as well. So from in here we can see on the all service area what are the different services what we are having as a part of this Microsoft Endpoint Manager Admin Center. We can manage the devices, we can manage the endpoint security, we can manage the different reports, what are the reports are generated by this tool. We can manage the different users and the group. We can go with the Kinect administrator. We can troubleshoot the thing. We can run the analytics as well. Also, we can go to the Microsoft 365 Azure Active Directory as well. That's fine. So now inside the devices option, here you can see we are having the configuration profiles are available. So for example, if we are having the different things are available, and we want to manage some configurations over there, over the corporate devices what we are having, so we can go ahead and utilize those configuration profiles. We can also go ahead and maintain some compliance policies. So for example, if you are providing the desktop or the laptop to your employees, and you want to make sure that the user is utilizing the BitLocker, user is utilizing the proper compliant thing to make your company data secure. So for the same, you can go ahead and create a policy, and inside that you can select that on which platform you want to create a policy. So I want to create a policy for Windows 10 and later. Let me go with the create. Inside that option, you need to provide the policy name. So this time, this is going to be the policy 01. In the description, let me type a demo. Let me go with the next. And in the compliance setting, you can see in the custom compliance that if the custom compliance is required, you want to set up some script in order to check for the compliance, then you can go for that specific option. And inside the device health area, you can utilize that require the BitLocker. So you can go with that, yes, require the BitLocker. You can go with that option that require the secure boot to be enabled in the device. In the device property, you can set up that which is the minimum OS version should be, and which operating system build version should be configured on the device. You can also manage those things from in here. Inside the configuration manager compliance option, you can set up that thing required device compliance from the configuration manager. In the system security, you can set up password is required, which type of password is configure, what is the password type, what is the minimum length, as well as you can set up the encryption. You can require the firewall to be on. You can make require the antivirus to be installed. So same as like that, you can configure the different settings. If you are utilizing the Microsoft Defender for cloud or Microsoft Defender for endpoint, so you can enable the same thing from in here. And once you are done with your compliance policy settings, then you can go with the action for the non-compliance. So inside that, you can set this one that send email to the user. Then in the template, you can select any one of the template what we are having. Okay, and you can go with the add device to the retired list, and then go with the next option. Then you need to select the group, on which group you want to set up that rule, on which devices you want to set up that rule. So as of now, I want to set up that thing on the all users and the all devices. Then let me go with the next and click on the create. So that is how we can create a compliance policy. And then here we can see the status of the compliance policy. And from in here, we can check the status of one group. In the device status, we can see like how many devices are assessed by utilizing this policy, how many users are assessed by using this policy, and in the properties we can see the different options related to the property what we have selected. And if we do want to make changes into the any one of the configuration what we have made while setting up the policy, so we can make the changes towards this edit button over there. That's fine. Then in the conditional access policy, we can configure the different conditional access policy. In the scripts, we can run the different type of scripts over there. We are having the device categories, filter, and the device cleanup rule also available, which we can create. Like if you have few organization, sorry, few employees are there, my apologies, and you wanted to delete the data from the device, that if the employee is not present in your organization as of now, so you can go ahead and use this device cleanup rules accordingly from the endpoint manager. So these all are the different capabilities what we are having as a part of the endpoint manager. Now let's move ahead with the presentation. So this is also talking about all the things what we are having in here. Then the next slide is talking about the capabilities of Windows 365 and the Azure Virtual Desktop. So if I'm talking about the Windows 365 and Azure Virtual Desktop. In that case, Windows 365 and Azure Virtual Desktop service both are the services which we are utilizing for the virtual desktop solution. And also we can see that those services are a type of desktop as a service. So now the question comes up, what is the difference between that? So Windows 365 is something that is a cloud-based service that will automatically create a new type of Windows virtual machine, and we all know that machine with the name of cloud PC. And by using that thing, it is having the capability for personalized Windows 365 cloud PC that is available across the device. You can stream those things from any device over there. You can deploy and manage those things, those devices from a single console. It is automatically provisioned, and also it is having the integration across the different Microsoft products what we are having. But when it comes up to the Microsoft 365, oh, sorry, Azure Virtual Desktop, in that case, that is a modern and secure desktop and app organization solution. What we can use if we go on to set up a multi-session with the Windows Client deployment. If we want to run the Microsoft 365 app in multi-user virtual scenario, if we want to free extend the security update, if we want to bring the existing remote desktop server and the applications towards the cloud, if we wanted to manage a desktop application with the unified management experience, so in that case, we can go ahead and set up those things in here. That's fine. So these all are the different capabilities what we are having as a part of Windows 365 and Azure Virtual Desktop. Then it is talking about the release models for the same. So in the Windows as a service, we are having the Windows clients, and that is a comprehensive desktop operating system that will allow you to work efficiently and securely. So it's always more important to keep your OS up to date. So we are having these different type of updates are available. These release types are available, like feature update and the quality update. So inside the feature update, it is adding the new functionality, and the feature updates are released twice in the year because these updates are more frequent, they are smaller, and they are many beneficial updates are available that it will give you the new features. If we are talking about the quality updates in here, so the quality update is something that will provide you the security and the reliability fixes, and these updates are issued once in a month, or also it depends on the security related thing what you are using. Apart from that, if I'm talking about the different service channels for the same, so inside the service channel, that are the first way to separate the users into the different deployment groups over there. So as of now, there are three different type of service channels are available. The first one, that is Windows Insider Program. Inside the Windows Insider Program, the organization with that thing is giving the opportunity to their users to test and provide the features feedback on the feature that will be shipped in our next feature update. So these feature update will be delivered as soon as possible during the deployment cycle, and this process is called the flighting. Okay, then we are having the general availability channel available. Inside the general availability channel, this capability provide the new functionality with the feature update that is released manually for the organizations, so they can choose when to deploy these updates in their involvement, and that is the channel which is ideal for the pilot deployments and the manual deployments over there. Then we are having the long-term service channel. So these all are the long-term service channel update, and those are especially for the devices that don't run office application, such as any medical equipment or any ATMs over there. So in that case, this channel receives the new feature every 2 or 3 years. That's fine. So that is all what we need to discuss related to the release type and the service channel in here. Apart from that, if I'm talking about the deployment of the Office 365, so we are having the different methods are available for the deployment. So for the same, let me jump up to my browser and see what are the different options are available. So we can use the local source. We are having the exe setup or the ISO setup available, or we can go ahead and use the configuration manager. We can deploy the same thing by using the cloud by using the Office deployment tool. We can deploy the same thing with the local source with the Office deployment tool, or we can self install the thing from the cloud. So now let me jump up to the portal and show you that how do we go ahead and make our installation of the same by utilizing the Office deployment tool and the self-install from the cloud. So for the same, here you can see if I'm opening up my admin.microsoft.com. So from in here, I'm opening up the portal that is admin.microsoft.com. And from in here on my home page, I can see the option for installing the Office over there. But then after the question comes up that inside this Microsoft 365 app area, I can go ahead and install in the other options. Now the question comes up that okay, you are the administrator user, then you are having the option for installing the Office. What if we are not having the administrative privileges, then how do I go ahead and install the updates on the same? Then for the same, here you can see if I'm opening up the office.com for my user Shivam. Let me remove that things from in here. And inside that, you can see that I am having the option for see all the content and all. And here you can see I'm having the option install app. So either I can go with the premium where I mean all the things are available. And in the other installation option, we can select in which language, in which method we want to download and install the Office over there. So if I go ahead and click on the install Office, so from in here, we can see on which language and which type we want to go ahead and install the Office here. And in the apps and devices, you can select like in which language, in which version you want to install the Office. Same as you can select for the Skype for Business. In the tools, and again, you can download the Microsoft Support and Recovery Assistant tool. You can download the language accessory pack for the Office. So this will help you to additional proofing related things. For example, if you are typing something in the word, you are typing correct, but if still it will giving you the proofing error, then what you can do, you can download this language accessory pack for Office, and then it will give you the best proofing result options over there. That's fine. Apart from that, you guys can go ahead and manage the different installation options from the admin center as well. So here in the settings option, you guys can go to the organization setting. In the organization setting, if I'm moving back to the organization profile area, then here you can see we are having the different options are present in the release preferences. From in here, we can manage the release, the standard release, target release, and the for the selected user. as well as we can manage the different installations option for the same. Let me search for the same, and in the services I can search for the option. So here you can see in office on the web. So if I select this one, so from in this area we can see and check the second that let user open file store in the third file case storage in office on the web. That's fine. In the installation area we are having the same option present when we go to the office installation option, and here we can manage the uptake. What is the thing we are going to discuss in next slide. In the installation here you can see when manually deploy the applications to the user, so we can go ahead and utilize that specific option where we are manually deploying the applications, and when the application is deployed by the endpoint manager, we have connected with the endpoint manager and we want to deploy those applications in here. So for the same we can go ahead and set up the in the app for the Windows and mobile device. It will include the Skype for Business with the Office project and the Skype for Business standalone. In the Mac it is going to be installed Office or all. So if you want to make changes into it, then you can easily make changes into it and click on the save, and it will update your preferred installation options over there. So these all are the options what I have discussed as a part of this one. Like we can use the local source with configuration manager. We can go with the self-install from cloud. If I'm talking about this one, that is Office deployment tool. So Office deployment tool is something which is used where we need to do a bulk installations over there. So for example, if I'm having 10 or 100 system present where I need to install the Office 365, then it's not a best practice to doing all the things again and again in a manual mode. So instead of that, what we can do, we can go with the Office deployment tool, and accordingly we can run the installation over to the machines how we want. So for the same, I am going ahead in here, and on my portal let me quickly create a new virtual machine where I am going to show you that how do we go ahead and install the specific Microsoft 365 in the machine by using the Office deployment tool. That's fine. So I'm quickly opening up my machine, and inside my virtual machine, let me quickly go ahead and create a new virtual machine. Let me create a new virtual machine in here, and the resource group is going to be MS-900 class. Okay, then the VM name is Office VM, for example. In the availability zone, I don't want to make it infrastructure redundant. Then here I need to provide the username and the password for my virtual machine. In the RDP port, let me allow this one. I confirm with the licensing. And then let me review and create. As of now, I don't want to make any changes in here. That's fine. It is saying that the validation failed, which information is missing. Everything looks good in here. Let me again click on the review and create. It's validating the thing. When the validation gets done, then I will be able to create a new virtual machine. Okay, validation gets passed. Now let me click on the create VM, and it will deploy a virtual machine for me. So we need to wait till the time the deployment of the virtual machine is in progress. Okay, so the deployment of my virtual machine is completed. Let me make a login with my virtual machine. And here download the RDP file, and I'm going to make a login with my VM. Let me put up my username and the password in here. Okay, so now I have logged in with my virtual machine and it's already approximately 1. So it's time to go for a lunch break in here. And before moving ahead with the lunch break, I'm just got a feedback link from my learning team, and I'm sharing the feedback link over to the chat with all of you. Please provide your valuable feedback on the training. So that will help us to arrange more free sessions for you accordingly, and we try to deliver better on the trainings. So I have shared the feedback link over to the chat. Before moving ahead with the lunch break in here, as of now today's session, please mark your feedback with the link and let me know once you are done with that over to the chat. So now we are moving ahead with the lunch break for 60 minutes. And once we are back in the session, then we are continuing with the next modules what we are having in the MS-900 program. Is it fine for everyone? All right, everyone. Thank you very much for the quick confirmation from your end. And thank you very much for joining me in the session. So now let's continue with the session in here. So now we are going to work with the OGT tool in here. And inside that, we are going to take a look at how do we go ahead and utilize the Office deployment tool in order to install the Office 365 in the system. So here you can see this is my machine in which I want to install the Office in here. So let me go with the start without data. Then from in here, I'm going to search for admin.microsoft.com. So here admin.microsoft.com comes up, and let me make a login with my administrative account. And for the same, I'm going to copy the user principal name in which I want to make a login in that specific account. Let me copy this, and here I'm going to paste that. And then here I need to go with the password. So this is the password. Okay, the password is incorrect. Let me retype the password. Okay, and then let me search for the Office deployment tool. So you can also search for the ODT Microsoft, and then it will download the Office deployment tool in the machine. So it is opening up. Let me click over there. Then in this section, you can see the ODT is an Office deployment tool, and that is a command line tool what you can use to run the Office in your computers. That's okay. Let me go ahead and download this tool. And this is a quick tool downloaded inside our system. Okay. And let me open up with this file. And yes, I go with the continue. and I want to extract this tool inside the C drive. And inside the C drive, let me create a new folder with ODT. And here I want to extract all the files in here. That's fine. So now I have downloaded the same thing in here. And after that, let me go back to the C drive. In the C drive, I'm having my ODT tool available. And here you can see that I'm having the setup file also available. And inside that thing, here you can see that I'm having the configuration files are also available. So as of now, here you can see inside my this file, it is installing all the things inside my Excel file, and I want to make some changes in this file. So let me copy this specific script, and on a new notepad, let me go ahead and paste the content. Then I'm going to save the same thing into the C drive, and in my ODT folder, let me type here the script.xml. Okay, so I have saved a new file with the name script.xml. And the thing is that here I want to make some changes inside this script. So I want to exclude some applications to be installed in the installation, because by default it is installing all the applications inside this machine, but I want to remove few applications over there. So if I want to do the same, then I need to make some changes in the existing script what I'm having. That's fine. So for the same, I am going to make some changes in the script, and in the script I want to use the exclude option in here. So as of now, here you can see, first of all, we are having the configuration, and then I don't want to use that thing in here. And inside the configuration, I'm having my product with the client addition. So I want to go with the 64-bit addition with the current channel update, or I can go with the monthly enterprise as well. And I want to install the Office 365 Professional Plus Retail with English in United States language. Inside the product, you can see that I'm having the product ID available. That's fine. And then in this specific product, after the language, I want to add one more command that is for exclude. And here, let me make the font size bigger. In the exclude section, let me type exclude app, and the app ID is going to be PowerPoint. That's okay. And same like that, I want to exclude Outlook as well from the installation. So for the same, let me copy this line, and I want to go with the Outlook as well. Like I don't want to install the Outlook over there. So for the same, I have to press enter, and here inside the exclude PowerPoint option, I have pasted this line again, and here I'm typing the Outlook. Okay, so that is the configuration what I have saved. In the update option, I have enabled it as a true, and then after, and then I accept the licensing condition, property name and all, and those lines are commented, so that's not an issue. Let me save this script file. Then after that, what I need to do, I need to open the command prompt with the elevated privileges in here, and then I need to go to the C drive, and then I am going to the specific ODT folder. So let me type here cd c, and it is not working, no problem. Let me go back with this command, and then let me go with the cd odt. And if I run dir in here, you can see that I am having all the things are available in here. And from this side, I need to go and type setup setup.exe. Then in the configuration, here I need to type the office.xml file or the script.xml file, whatever the file I have created. That's fine. So let me go ahead and do the same thing in here. All right. So here I'm going to run my setup file, and in the CMD I'm going to run this specific command setup.exe slash configure, and then I need to type script.xml. Let me hit enter, and once I hit the enter, it says that we had a problem installing that office. Your internet connection is working. All the space is available on your main hard drive. That's okay. Let me see the space. Yes, I am having all the space available. And let me try to test the internet connectivity with my machine. Yes, it is also working fine. Let me run this tool again. Okay, my internet connection is also working. No problem. Let me open up the command prompt with the elevated privileges. And then let me go to the OD key in here and let me run the directory. Okay, so for example, I want to run the specific configuration file what we are having. So for the same, I can run the setup with the configure option, and I want to go setup.exe slash configure, and here I need to run this specific command for 64-bit, and here you can see I am having the specific error in here. No problem. Let me rerun the command. Okay, and here you can see it is started the installation. So maybe there is some glitch, and once this installation is completed, then we will be able to see the deployment of the office inside our machine as well. So that is the one way that how do we go ahead and install the office inside the machines by using the office deployment tool over there. That's okay. So let me come back to the presentation. So these all are the different methods what we can use in order to deploy the installation of Office 365 over there. Moving ahead and talking about the different servicing methods what we are having in the same. So inside that we can see that how we are getting the update for the Microsoft Office over there. That's okay. So once we have installed and deployed the operating Microsoft Office 365 in there, then after we need to know that how the updates are going to be installed for our Office 365 thing over there. So there are primary three update channels are available in the Microsoft Office 365 update method. The first one that is known as a current channel, the next one that is known as a monthly enterprise channel, and the next one that is known as a semi-annual enterprise channel. So if I'm talking about the first one, that is current channel. So the current channel feature receive the feature update once in a month, and also there is no schedule to check that when this one update released over there. This current channel also receive the security and non-security update for the same around 2 or 3 times in a month. And it is including the one update on the second Tuesday of the month over there. Microsoft recommend that this channel because it provides the user with the newest feature updated as soon as they are ready with the same. So that is the first update channel what we are having in the Microsoft 365 update. The next one is monthly enterprise channel. This channel receives the feature update once in a month on the second Tuesday of every month. This monthly update can include different features related to the security and related to the non-security updates as well. Microsoft recommends you this channel if you want to provide your user with the new Office features once in a month and predictable release schedule based over there. Then that update channel is beneficial for you. Talking about the next channel, what we are having, so that is our semi-enterprise channel, and this channel receive the update every 6 months in the January and July on the second Tuesday of the month. And this update can include the different features update, different security and non-security update. And Microsoft recommend this special update for the users those select the device in your organization with the extensive testing before rolling out the new Office features over there. So in the update channel of Microsoft 365 app, you deploy the users in your organization, and accordingly, you can have the different factors such as application compatibility testing and the user readiness over there. That's okay. Before moving ahead with the fifth and the last lesson of this module number 2 in here, let's jump up to the portal and see that how do we go ahead and manage the updates for the same. So in that case, I am opening up my portal in here, and from the admin portal, you can go to the show all blade, and from in here, you can go to the settings area. In the settings area, you are having the option for the organizational setting. In the organizational setting here, you can see when we are scrolling it down, then we are having the option for the Office installation option in here, and inside the Office installation option you can see like how you want to set up your update channel. So inside that we are having the current channel, monthly channel, and the semi-annual channel available. So accordingly you can select how you want to manage the things for yourself. So that is the way from where you can change the feature update option for your Microsoft 365 applications what you are having. That's okay. Now, moving ahead with the fifth lesson, that is talking about the different analytic capabilities of Office 365. So, in that case, first of all, it is talking about the Microsoft 365 Center and Microsoft 365 User Portal. That's okay. So, as we discussed that thing earlier, that we are having two different type of portals are available as a part of Microsoft 365. The first one that is a Microsoft 365 Admin Center, and the another one that is Microsoft 365 User Portal. So if we are having the users inside our organization, you wanted to access the different applications and the services which are provided by ourselves by the organization. So in that case, they can go ahead and utilize the Microsoft 365 User Portal, and they are utilizing that portal to access their emails, to access their calendar, their document, and different Microsoft 365 applications like Teams, Outlook, Yammer, Planner, Project, and all as we seen in the demonstration. Apart from that, if we want to go ahead and manage the things by using the Microsoft 365 Admin Center, like adding the user, like deleting the user, restoring the user, managing the license by adding or reviewing the license, managing the 365 group, creating that group, deleting that group, manage the billing related thing, creating a service request, managing the global settings for the application. If you want to go with the activity report and the service health, in that case, you guys can go ahead and utilize the Microsoft 365 admin center over there. That's okay. Now, let me go ahead and show you that what are the different options what we are having inside the specific thing. So in that case, here you can see we are opening up our portal, and inside that our portal, we are on our Microsoft 365 Admin Center. Apart from that, we are having the another portal present, that is our office.com portal. So let me go ahead and open the office.com portal as well. So this is the office.com portal. So as we seen in the presentation, we are having two different type of portals are present. The first one, that is the office portal, and the another one, that is the admin center portal. So the normal users inside our organization are going to utilize that specific portal. However, the Office 365 admins are going to be utilized that specific portal here. For example, if you want to go ahead and create multiple users at a time, so you can utilize that option for adding a multiple users. What else you can do? You can download the CSV file where you can upload up to 249 users per CSV file, and you need to provide the username. You cannot use the accent mark in your email address, and you need to is- give the proper email address over there. So these all are the things which you need to do. And you can also download the CSV file with the example header. And once you are done with your file creation, then you can upload that file in here. And also you can go ahead and create the users over there. Okay, so as we all know that the Microsoft Azure Active Directory is the central identity provider for the same. So we are also having one more option present to create the bulk user in here. So for the same here in the admin center option, we can go to the Azure Active Directory, and from in here, we can select the option, and in that specific option we are going to create a user in the bulk manner. So how do we go ahead and create the bulk users in Azure Active Directory? Let's take have a look. Inside that specific option, we can go to the users. Inside the users, we can simply go ahead and use that option, that is for the bulk operation. Inside the bulk operation, we can go with the bulk create. Then you need to download the CSV file. And by using that specific CSV file, you can go ahead and open a Excel file. And here you need to type the username, the initial password, block sign-in option, first name, last name, department and user location. If you want to set, that's okay. So these all are the some required field which you need to enter. Department and user location is optional. I'm removing this demo content from in here, and I want to create a new details from my end. Just give me a 2 minutes, guys. I need to take some water, then I'll continue with the session. Okay, I'm back in the session, and my apologies for the time. So here, what I need to do, first of all, I need to provide the username. So this time I want to provide my username. This is going to be user one. My another user is going to be as a user two in here. And then let me create some users in that list. That's fine. I have created the 20 users. And from the portal, I want to go ahead and copy the user principal name. So in that area, let me go back to the Azure Active Directory overview. And from in here, I'm copying up the primary domain. And in that specific list, let me type the user 01 at the rate, and then I need to provide the domain name what I have copied. And in the initial password, let me type the password for the same. So this is going to be the default password for all of my newly created user. I don't want to block the sign in for my user. And in the user's location, let me type the India as the user's location of all of my user. Then let me copy those details from in here. And then I want to paste the same detail for all of my 20 users in here. Once I'm done with that, then let me complete the user principal name for my all users. So now here you can see my user create file is completed. Let me save this file, and then what the next thing I'm going to do after closing this file, I'm going to open up my portal, and inside my portal on the user section, I'm going to open the bulk operation and in the bulk create option, let me upload the CSV file what I have just created. And then let me open up the file, and here you can see the file uploaded it successfully. The important thing is that if you are having any issue in the file, then you can see the error in that specific step and you cannot continue with the things in here. That's fine. So once you are done with that, you can simply click on the submit, and from in here you can also go ahead and see the bulk operation result. So as of now, here you can see the status is not started. Let me refresh the page, and now here you can see status is completed without any error, and all the 20 user accounts is created inside your Azure Active Directory, as well as you can see those users in here. So let me refresh. And then here you can see that you are having all the users are present in here. Then if you want to select the users, then you can select those users from in here. So let me select all of these users, and what if I want to assign the license to those users? So I can go to the manage product and license, and then I can assign the licenses to the user. For example, I want to assign the enterprise mobility and security E5 license to the user. I want to assign the power automate power virtual agent license and Azure AD Premium P2, P2, and I want to give the power BI license and the business basic license to the user. So let me go ahead and make the save changes in here. So now here you can see that is how we can go ahead and assign the licenses to the bulk users in here. That's fine. Let me go with the done. So that is the way how we can go ahead and create the multiple users at a time and then assign the license to the users as well. That's okay. Apart from that, from in here, if you want to go ahead and manage the different things what we have mentioned in the presentation, like manage the billing, we and create the service request. So on that note, we can go to the billing option, and from in here on the purchase and service, we can go ahead and activate and purchase trial licenses for us. We can see all the billing and the payment methods what are associated with us. We can see how many billing accounts we have associated, and if you do wanted to change the billing account, then simply you can go to the billing account and make the changes into your billing account. So as of now, here you can see that I'm having one billing account available, is the name GTech, and in the New York location. That's fine. In the proposals area, so these are the proposal that is created for your organization by the Microsoft representative. So if you are having any proposals available for the same, then you will be able to see those proposals in your that specific section. Inside the billing notification area, you can see the invoice PDF related thing. So you can edit the notification. As of now, this thing is enabled to you. And then The next thing is that what is the preferred language? So preferred language is the English. And inside the email address, you can see on which email address the changes applied for the billing thing. You can change the billing admin, you can change the global admin from in here. That's fine. So if you do wanted to manage the billing settings from in here, so you can utilize the same option. That's okay. In the your product section, you can see like how many products you are using as of now and what is the benefit for the same, how many applications you can access, how many purchase quantity you are having for the license, and how many license you assign to the user, which is the purchase channel, how you pay with. So you can see all the things in here. And in the benefit section, you can see the individual benefit what you are having according to the license. In the licenses section, you can go ahead and manage the licenses. So in the licenses section, you can see the different subscriptions what you are having. You can go for the request option, and in the request option, you can see the request made for the license. So if someone is making a request towards yourself that please send me that specific license, so you can process those requests from in here. Then we are having the auto claim policy, and inside the auto claim policy we need to turn this on, and you can say when this policy on, you can save the user time by then to claim a product license first time when they are signing to the application. So if I'm turning on this setting in here, then I need to add a policy, and inside that policy, for example, if I'm typing the name, this is going to be my policy 01. Let me go with the next option, and when user signing to the which application, Microsoft Teams, and which license is assigned to that specific user, so that is going to be Microsoft 365 Business Premium. Then let me go with the next, and which application is assigned to the user, that's okay. Then in the create policy, we can go ahead and create a policy for the same. So as of now, here you can see that this policy is enabled, and currently Microsoft Teams is only the app that is supported by the auto claim policy over there. So now let me test that specific policy what I have created. In the active user section, let me go ahead and add a new user. And I want to create my this user with the name. Let me wait till the time the new user window is opening up. Click on the cancel, and again, after refreshing the page, I wanted to create a new user. Okay, so then inside that case, what I can do, I can go ahead and create a new user. And the name of my this user is going to be Shubham, for example. Let me enter the username. In the password, let me enter the password for my newly created user. Let me go with the next, and in the licenses, I don't want to assign the license as of now. Let me go ahead and finish the adding of this user, sorry. Now, when my this user is logged into the portal, then what happens? So for the same, I'm going to open up teams.microsoft.com, and here I need to sign in with different account. And let me use this account, which is Shubham at the rate msclass bec.on-microsoft.com. And then here I need to enter the password what I have created for the user. And once I am signed in with this specific user, okay, so here you can see it is loading the team. You are missing out. Ask your admin to enable the Microsoft Teams for you. And what else? You can go with the sign up for the Teams. That's okay. Once I click on the sign up over there, Then you can see that it is checking my credential, and I do want to use the web app instead. And then I can go ahead and access the Microsoft Teams in here. And if I'm moving back to my admin portal, inside my admin portal, let me do one more thing, that if I do want to refresh the page, then automatic license is claimed by my user Shubham, and then my user is having the access to the Microsoft Teams over there. So now here you can see Shubham is opened in the Teams, and here you can see in my admin center, if I'm searching for the Shubham, so it is having the license enabled with that specific person. And here you can see the Microsoft 365 Business Premium is associated. So that is how the auto claim policy works. So is this thing is clear to everyone? All right. Thank you very much for the quick confirmation from your end. Now, if I'm talking about the next concept, that is talking about the support related thing. Like if you guys do wanted to take a support from the Microsoft regarding to the service, you want to create a new service request, then you can go ahead and take a help from the Microsoft. That, for example, my question is access Microsoft Teams and could not add guest to the team. For example, this is your query. So you can search your query over to the same, and accordingly, what you can do, you can run the different test what is provided by the Microsoft. Let me run the test over there. You can also see the articles what you can read in order to get help from the same. And then Microsoft is running the diagnostics test accordingly, and you will see that how we work with the thing. So now here you can see the test didn't find any problem for the same. That's fine. If you still don't want to go with the contact support, then you can simply click on the contact support option. And from the contact support option, you need to provide the title, the description of your problem, and then you need to provide the phone number, email where the authorized can contact, and then you need to select the service over there. That is the consent of recording of call necessary to resolve the service request, and this can be charged at a time. So change at a time. So if you want to do the same, you can change the things in here. That's fine. Apart from that, if I'm talking about the preferred contact method, so you can set up that which is going to be the preferred contact method for your support. So for example, if I want to create a title with the same, cannot get guest to the team, and then let me type my teams is not functioning properly. Okay. And then I need to confirm my number along with the country code where I am. And here I can choose this option to yes. If you do want to add any attachment, if you are having any attachment available with you, then you can also add the attachment for the same, as well as you can go with the different regional setting. You can select the time zone, on which time zone you want to receive a call. So as of now, let me set it to this one, and also you can select the language, like in which language you want to take a support from the Microsoft. So let me go with the English United States, and then after you can go ahead and click on the contact me button. So once you click over there, then it will create a new service request for you. And now here you can see this is your service request open that is created by me. And as of now, my service request is opened and a support agent is being assigned to my request. When the agent is assigned, then after we agent contact me and we can resolve our issue accordingly. So that is the way how do we go ahead and create a support request for the same. And by clicking on the view case communication, we can see all the communications what has been happening with that specific service request. So in the service request history, we can see all the open request history what we are having. In the view request here, you can see I'm having all the requests are present and I can see the detail of that specific request from in here. I can expand the things, whatever the things we are having, into that specific thing. Okay. Then if you are asking for the Microsoft hardware support for the same, then from that option you can go ahead and request the Microsoft hardware support for the same, and it will processing your request, and then you will create a request from the Microsoft for the hardware support as well. So that is something what we can do by using the specific support option. That's fine. Now, let's move ahead with the next concept what we are having. As of now, I don't want to go with the Microsoft hardware support. So in that case, it is talking about the different global setting for the application. So inside the setting, you can go with the organizational setting, and inside the organizational setting, you are having the multiple options are available. Like you can set up the adaptive score, you can set up the HP services. In the bookings, you can manage the settings. In the mail option, you can set the setting. For example, inside the mail, you can select that what are the custom mail rule, what are the auditing report are, what is the max space. So accordingly, you can work with them. Apart from that, you can go to the security and privacy. And from that specific option, you can select the sharing options. Like how do you want it to set up the sharing for your organization? You can go and manage the idle session timeout related setting, then automatically sign out the office users after the specific period of an activity. So by default, it is not on. You can turn this on, then you can select the option custom in the minutes, and here you can type between 5 to 1440 minutes over there. So let me set it to the 5 minutes, for example, and let me go with the save button. So that is how you can configure the idle session timeout session for the user. You can also create the different password expiration policy to the user. So by default, the thing is set to the set password to never expire. If you want to use this policy, you need to uncheck this, and then you can select the specific days between 14 to 7:30 in here. That's okay. As of now, I don't want to make changes into it. Then you can go with the privacy profile, and you can set up the different privacy statements for your organization. So here you can set up the URL for your organization privacy statement, and that is visible to all the user. You can set up the self-service password reset for the user, and you can manage the sharing settings for your organization as well. That let other user add the new guest user in the organization or not. So you can manage those settings from in here. In the organizational profile area, you can go ahead and set up a custom theme. For example, as of now, I want to make the changes into the theme accordingly. And I want to add my company logo. So for the same, I'm searching here GTechLearn.com or GTechLearn logo, for example. And in the images area, that's okay. I'm not sure about. Let me select the buses in here. All right. Let's select all the bicycles I'm having. Okay, no problem. I can open another browser, and here I can search for the GTechLearn logo, and in the images option, I can simply search the logo, and let me open this image into a new tab. And here I'm copying up this URL, and in my Microsoft 365, in the custom theme option, I can select it. Then I can go with the add theme, and inside the logo, let me enter the URL of my website, and now my logo, and then I can go ahead and click on the save button. So once I'm done with that, then I will be able to see the logo in my organization's page over there, admin center page over there. So let me refresh the page. And now here you can see the logo GTechLearn for the same. So that is how you can customize your Office 365 for your organization. In the custom app launch style, we can go ahead and add a custom launch style, and accordingly we can set up the style name, URL website, URL image and the description, and this will add a custom app launch style for the same. In the data location, you can see where Microsoft store your data for the services. So for your exchange, the Microsoft is saving your data to the United States, and for the SharePoint, Microsoft is also saving that data to the United States for you. Then in the help desk information, you can go ahead and you can see the different help desk related information. You can add your help desk information along with the title, contact number, URL, and the help desk website. You can see the different keyboard shortcuts. To adding a user, you can go with the Shift A plus U, resetting a password, Shift RP, adding a contact, Shift AC. So accordingly, you can visit those keyboard shortcuts. In the organizational information, you can go ahead and manage the different organizational settings like name, street address, phone, technical support, preferred language, and all. In the release performance, you can configure that how your organization get the new release and new update for the Office 365. And from in here, you can select the standard release for everyone, target release for everyone, or target release for selected user. And accordingly, you can make the changes into your release preferences what you are having. That's okay. Then after, if I'm talking about the support integration, so if you do want to integrate the different tools with the Office, so you can go ahead and easily make an integration between them. So that is the way where we can manage the different settings related to the Office 365. Then in the security and the privacy, we are having those options available. In the services area, you can see you can manage the setting for a specific website, sorry, applications what we are having. Then inside the area which is called report, you can see the adoption score. So you need to enable the adoption score, and it will take approximately 24 hours. Then those scores are available to you. Inside the users area, you can see the users for the specific application, like which activity or which application is performing which activity in your organization. And accordingly, you can go with the health where you can see the dashboard. And in the dashboard, you can see the specific service health and the users. So in the SharePoint Online, you can see some external users are unable to access the SharePoint Online content. And if you want to see the individual health service for everyone, then you can see in the SharePoint Online one incident is detected. In the Exchange Online, two advisories are there and the rest of the services are running fine. So what are the affected services as of now? So some external user is not accessing the SharePoint Online. User can't render the specific chart with the portfolio analysis. Some users can incorrectly printed when using the Outlook on the web. So these all are the some service health issues what we are having. So if you want to report your own issue, report your issue what you are facing, then you can report the issue accordingly, and you can select the issue and you can maintain the issue in here. You can add the description and then you can report your issue for the same. That's fine. So that is the support related thing what we are having in here. Now moving back to the presentation, and in the next slide, it is talking about the productivity score and the all admin center option. So in that case, if I am moving back to my portal, so inside the admin center, you can see that in the all admin center option, we can see what are the different admin centers we are having available. Like Azure Active Directory, Azure AKP, Compliance, Dynamics 365 app, Endpoint Manager, Exchange. So which admin center you want to access, you can easily go ahead and access that specific admin center with you. That's fine. And also, if I am moving ahead with the thing, so that is all about in this module what we have to discuss in here, and that is all about the second module of this course called MS-900. So before moving ahead with the third module of the same, so here you can see the Office is also installed by using the ODT tool in here. That's fine. We can verify the things from in here, and you can see all the tools are installed accordingly. That's fine. So if you guys are having any question related to the things what we are discussing in here in the module number 2, please let me know. Otherwise, we can go ahead and continue the session with the next module that is talking about the let me open it up. The fundamental knowledge of security and the compliance capabilities over there. Okay, so that is the module what we have to discuss in here. But before that, would it be fine if we take a short break for 15 minutes in here? And then we can continue with the rest of the session. So would it be fine for everyone? All right. Thank you very much for the confirmations in here. Okay, once again, welcome back in the session of MS-900. And once again, I welcome you all in the class of the MS-900 course program in here. So now we are absolutely good to work with the third module of this course. So let's take have a look. What are the things which do we have to discuss in that specific module? So in this module, we are going to take a look about the different security compliance related concepts what we are having. Then we are also going to talk about the describing about the identity concepts what we are having. Then we are going to talk about the describe the threat protection with the Microsoft 365 Defender. And also we are going to take a look towards the service trust portal and the privacy with the Microsoft. So these four lessons which we have to discuss in this specific module. So let's jump up to the very first lesson that is talking about the zero trust related thing over there. So in this lesson, we are going to talk about the shared responsibility model, defense in depth model, zero trust model, the concept of encryption and the hashing, and we are going to take a look over to the some basic compliance concepts what we are having. So moving ahead with the very first lesson in here. So in that case, the first concept which we need to discuss that is a describe shared responsibility model. So as we all know that then when we are accessing our data from the different location, those are outside of the network and outside of the traditional corporate network, we can say in that case, the security and compliance have become overriding the concerns on the same. So in that case, the organization need to understand how they can best protect their data, that from where the data is accessed from and whether it is sourced to their corporate network or the cloud network or not. Or also organization needs to ensure that they are compliant with the industry and the regulatory requirements over there to ensure the protection and the privacy of the data. So in this module, we are going to take a look on those things as well. So first of all, we are talking about that specific thing which is known as a shared responsibility model. So when the organizations are running the things over to the on-premises, so in that case, on that hardware node, on that software node, in the on-premises matter, the organization is totally responsible for implementing the security and the compliance over there. But when you are moving towards the cloud, when you are utilizing the cloud-based services over there, like Microsoft 365, Azure portal over there, so in that case, the responsibility is shared between the customer and the cloud service provider as well. That's okay. So by gaining the knowledge to the shared responsibility model, we can easily identify that when we are working towards the cloud, which security tasks are handled by the cloud service provider and which security tasks are handled by the organization or the customer. The important thing is that whatever the responsibility on which we are talking about is depending that in which scenario our workload is hosted. So we are having three different type of workloads are present apart from the on-premises data center. The first one that is known as a software as a service, another one that is known as a platform as a service, and the next one that is known as a infrastructure as a service. So in that case, if we are talking about the on-premises, so we all know that where we are only responsible for managing all the thing, whatever the things we are having inside our organization, that thing is known as a on-premises thing over there. Inside the infrastructure as a service, our cloud service provider is going to manage the physical data center, physical network, and the physical hook. Apart from that, the operating system, the network control, application, identity and directory infrastructure, account and identity, mobile information data. So these all are the things that are going to be managed by our cloud, the customer over there. Sorry. So in that case, in infrastructure as a service of all cloud services, in as an infrastructure as a service requires the most management by the cloud customer. By utilizing the infrastructure as a service, you are using the cloud provider's computing infrastructure only, and the cloud consumer means the organization is not responsible for managing the physical components, for managing the physical computing infrastructure like computers, networks, or the physical security of the data center. However, the cloud customer still has responsibility for the software component such as operating system, network control, application, and the data work the data the customer is hosting over to that infrastructure as a service workload. Then the platform as a service comes up in the picture. So that is something which provides the environment for the customer in order to build, test, and deploy the different type of software applications over there. The main focus of platform as a service is help the customers, the organization, to create an application very quickly without having the maintenance or without managing the underlying infrastructure for the same. So in the platform as a service area, the cloud service provider is manages the hardware and the operating system, and the customer is only responsible for the application and the data. So Microsoft says that as a as a platform as a service, we are giving you the managed platform. You just come to us and write your code and deploy your application, whatever the application you want to run on our infrastructure over there. Then the software as a service comes in the picture, and in that case, the software as a service is hosted and managed by the cloud service provider. And in that case, user must have to purchase the license. It could be a monthly license or it could be a annual subscription. And for the same, we are having the multiple examples are present for the software as a service like Microsoft 365, Skype, Dynamic CRM Online. So these all are the example of the software as a service. The important thing is that the software as a service requires the least amount of management by the cloud customer, and the cloud service provider is responsible for managing the everything except the data, account, and the identities over there. That's fine. So these all are the three different type of workload deployment what we are having present into it. The shared responsibility model is something that makes the responsibility clear that when organizations move to the cloud, and in that case, which are the responsibilities that are going to be transferred to the cloud service provider, and which responsibilities are also retained by the organization. So in the slide, in the specific picture, you guys can see that on the infrastructure as a service, most of the service is going to be managed by the customer. In the platform as a service, the identity and directory infrastructure, application, and the network control is going to be a shared responsibility. In the software as a service, the identity and infrastructure, application, and network control is going to be managed by the shared responsibility model type. And in the software as a service, only the identity and the directory infrastructure is a shared responsibility model between the cloud service provider or the user. That's okay. So this picture make the thing clear that what are the things is managed by you, or we can say that what are the things which are going to be managed by your organization, and what are the things which is going to be managed by your cloud service provider. That's fine. So for all of the deployment where we are having the things, so in that case, the customer is having the capability to maintain the data for the same. That's fine. So in a nutshell, we can say that the shared responsibility model makes the organization clear about their responsibilities, that which responsibilities is going to be managed by the specific organization. So that is the concept of the shared responsibility model. Now let's jump up to the next slide of this lesson. And that slide is talking about the describe defense in depth. So majorly in this slide, it is talking about the defense in depth in case, but the thing is mentioned here that is the confidentiality, integrity, and the availability. So the defense in depth is a 7-layer approach. In that approach, we are having a security thing rather than the relying on single parameter for the security. The defense in depth strategy uses a series of mechanism in order to slow the advance of an attack. And in that case, the each layer provides the protection so that if one layer is breached, in that case, the subsequent layer will prevent an attacker for getting the unauthorized access towards the data, whatever the data we are having inside the organization. So inside the defense in depth, we are having the different layers are available. Like first of all, we are having the physical layer. Okay. Then we are having the identity and access layer. Identity and access layer. Then we are having a perimeter layer. Then we are having the network layer. Then we are having a compute layer. Then the application layer is in the defense in depth model. And just after the application, we are having the data layer. So in the physical layer of the defense in depth, we are securing the things where we are limiting the access to the data center for the authorized personals only. Inside the identity and access, we are controlling the security related to the identity related thing, because inside our organization, when we do want to access any resource what we are having in the organization, then we need to provide our identity as a user. And for confirming our identity as a user, what we need to do, we need to provide the specific username and the password for the same, and that thing is called as a user credential. But in that case, the question comes up, for example, at any given point of time, maybe my credentials are leaked and someone got my credentials, and that specific user is tries to make a login with my account. In that case, I'm in the security breach situation. So for dealing with that specific thing, this layer work, that is the identity and access layer, and it will control the authentication request by requiring the multi-factor authentication. So if someone is having my username and the password with them, and that user is trying to make a login with my account, then user must have to provide the different multi-factor authentication in order to provide the authentication, or in order to provide the authenticity once again for the user. What else we can do? We can also configure the conditional based access policy when we want to control the access to the specific infrastructure and the change control. So for example, in that case, if I'm having my username and password with me and I don't have the multi-factor authentication enabled to my user, then in that case, we are in a security risk area. So for accomplishing that task, for maintaining our security perfect, what we will do, we can utilize the conditional based access policy, and that will associate it with our corporate device what we are having. And if apart from that, any other device, from any other device, someone is trying to make a login with the same account, then the access should be blocked. So also we can go ahead and apply the conditional access policy for the same. Then the perimeter network comes up in the line, and by using the perimeter network, we can secure our corporate network, where we are having the different type of attacks are associated, like distributed denial of service protection attack, in order to filter the large scale of attack before they can cause a denial of service for the users. Apart from that, just after the perimeter layer, we are having the network layer, and that layer is responsible for securing the different network segments, such as virtual machine, such as NIC card, and the network layer also gives us the protection by limiting the communication between the different resources what we are having inside the virtual network. That's fine. Then we are having the compute layer in place, and the compute layer is responsible for securing the access for our virtual machine or either the on-premises machine as well in the cloud by closing the specific port. So for example, I have created a virtual machine inside the cloud, and then after I have installed the IIS role onto that specific machine. So technically my that server and my that specific VM is reacting as a web server because the IIS role is installed on that specific machine. But by using the public IP, whenever I'm trying to access the same thing, same server where I have configured the IIS role, in that case, I'm getting the error like this site can't be reached or something else. So what is the problem behind that? Because at the compute layer of security, we are utilizing the network security group. And inside the network security group, we are having the rules available like which inbound and which outbound traffic is allowed towards the user. So we are having that thing available as a part of the compute layer, and we can use the network security group by closing the different port. And as of now, the HTTP and HTTP is disabled into the network security group. That's fine. Just after the compute, we are having the application layer available. An application layer always ensures the security to the application for the platform and the user as well. It says that the application the user is utilizing is safe or not. So if that application is safe, then that's okay. Otherwise, it will also give you the secure score and the vulnerabilities assessment related to that application. So these all are the different six layers are there. Apart from that, we are having our data present at the end of the defense in depth, but also we can configure the data as a new layer because we can also go ahead and encrypt the data for the same. So the data layer security in the defense in depth include the control for managing the access to the business and customer data, and also you can use the data and encryption thing to protect the data over there. So that is the thing what we have to discuss in the defense in depth model in here. Now let's come back up to the next concept, that is CIA, confidentiality, integrity, and the availability. So as per the name, we all can say that the confidentiality is something where we are having the trust that we are having, and all the things confidential over there. For example, if I have some secrets, if I have some password, if I have some financial data with me, and I have created a key in order to encrypt that data as a confidential. But in that case, once I am done with the encryption of my that critical data, then I also need to keep that encryption key confidential because the confidentiality is always the most visible part of the security, and in that case we need to clearly see the checking for the sensitivity data, keys, password, and the other secrets what we want to keep confidential over there. Because if we are not aware with that, then we can in a security risk over there. Then the integrity comes up in the line. So integrity is something that is calling the data is correct, the message is correct. So whenever you are sending an email message, you want to show the mail is received at the same message you sent. Whenever you are storing the data into the database, you are making sure that the data what you are retrieving is the same as the data you stored in the encrypting device. So in that case, you need to go with the things where you need to accept that if you are putting the same thing in here, then that thing is okay. That's fine. So integrity says that if you are saving the data and it is having the confidence that your data is not tampered or altered over there, then we are having the availability in place. In the availability, we can refer this to for making data available to those person who need it, and accordingly we can also use the same thing in order to encrypt our data once again for the external persons inside our organization or the external person in our organization. So that is the CIA model, which is known as a confidentiality, integrity, and the availability. The important thing is that this is not a model which is associated with the security solutions over there, but in this course we are having that module available. That's why we are discussing that thing in here. That's okay. So in this lesson we discussed about two different things in here. The first one, that is various installation option for the Microsoft 365, and in the next chapters we talked about the CIA and the defense in depth over there. That's fine. Now moving ahead with the next lesson in here, or we can say the next slide in here. So we are having the zero trust model in place. So in a simple manner, if I want to explain the zero trust model, so it says that trust no one, verify everything. And that methodology is also known as a zero trust methodology over there. So in the zero trust methodology, how it says that trust no one, verify everything, because in the zero trust model, it resumes that everything is open and unclustering network, is on an open and unclustering network. Even if the resources you are putting up behind the different corporate firewall, in that case the zero trust model operates the principle of trust no one and verify everything, and also it is going to verify that specific firewall as well. That's okay. The attackers is having the ability to bypass the conventional access control by ending the illusion that the credential security strategies are sufficient by no longer trusting the integrity of the corporate network. Security is strengthened over there. So in this scenario, we need to work with those principles in here. That's fine. Then we are having the six different foundational pairs are available for the zero trust model. The first one, that is known as the identity, the next one that is known as a devices, the third one that is known as application, the fourth one that is known as a data, the fifth one that is known as a infrastructure, and the fifth one, sixth one that is known as a network over there. That's fine. So if I'm talking about the very first thing in here, that is known as a identity. So these all are the six different foundational pillars of the zero trust model. So the identity says that it could be a user, it could be a service, or it could be a device. So in that case, when an identity attempts to access a resource, it must be verified with the strong authentication method like multi-factor authentication, and then it will follow the least privilege access model over there. When we are talking about the devices, so devices always create a large attack of service for the data flow, and we are having the much data present over to the devices. So it is really necessary to use the monitor that is specific device for the health and the compliance is that is an important aspect of the security. That's okay. That is all about the identity. Now moving ahead and talking about the applications in here. So that are the something where we are residing with our data, where our data is in. So in the applications area, it is including the discovering all the application that is going to be used called shadow IT, because not all the applications are managed centrally in the pillar. So also it include the different managing permission and the access permission over there. Then we have a data in place. So this should be classified, this should be labeled, this should be encrypted based on in X attribute. For example, if I'm having any file available with me with my name or my colleague name just before 2 year or 1 year later. So instead of putting up that file with my current files, what I will do, I will mark that file accordingly. So when we are dealing the same thing with the paper, so instead of making up a new thing, what we can do, we can set up the different labels over there. For example, by utilizing the Microsoft 365, we are creating the different papers, we are creating the different documents, and accordingly, if we want to keep those documents secure, then we can use the different encryption related thing. So in the Microsoft 365, we are having the option present for the data labeling, we are having the option present for the data setup, and by using that thing, we can encrypt our data and we can mark our data by utilizing the watermark as well. That's fine. Then the infrastructure comes up in the line. So if we are having the workload in the on-premises or in the cloud over as well, so both of the scenarios are representing a specific threat vector for the same. So in order to improve the security for our organization, we need to assess the version, we need to access the configuration, we need to provide the just in time access to the virtual machines that will help us to allow the automatically block risky behavior and take the corrective action against that. Then we have a networks in place. So the network is something what we are having as a part of the resource just over there, and we can utilize the virtual network when we want to make a segment over there. And also by using the networking, making we can make a deeper micro segmentation for the resources over there. And all time when we are running the different threat protection and end-to-end protection encryption related thing over there, in that case the monitoring and the analytics should be employed on that specific scenario. That's okay. So these all are the 6 different zero trust models what we are having. Pillars, what we can say. If it comes up into the drinking, my apologies, if it is comes up to the verifying the things explicitly, it comes up to the least privilege access and the assume breach. So these are all the 3 different guiding principle of the zero trust model. So the first guiding principle of the zero trust model is verify explicitly. The next one that is known as a least privilege access, and the another one is known as a assume breach. So inside the verify explicitly, it is always authenticate and authorize the things based on the available data point what we are having, including the different users, including the different identities, location, devices, and the services. And accordingly, it will verify the identity explicitly. After that, the least privilege access comes up in the line. And in that case, you can limit the user access with the just-in-time access. So when user wants the specific access, then user can have that access available. And also you can work with the just enough access, that you are not going to assign the all permission to the user. However, you are only assigning the required permission to the user. And in that case, we can go ahead and maintain the data protection to protect the data and the productivity both. Then the assume breach comes up in the picture. And in that case, it will segment and access the things by the network, by the user, devices, application as well. And it is using the encryption to protect the data, and it is using the analytics to get the visibility, detect the threats, and improve the security over there. So if you are accessing the resources behind the corporate firewall network over there, also it will assume that attempt as a breach, and that will provide an extra layer of the security over there. So that is the concept of the zero trust model what we have to discuss in here. Now, moving ahead with the next concept, that is talking about the encryption and the hashing. So encryption is something where we are making the information unusable for the unauthorized person over there. So that is another way in order to mitigate with the different common cybersecurity threats what we are having, that we can encrypt our sensitive data, we can encrypt our valuable data, and as I told you, that is only the process for making the data unusable, unreadable for the unauthorized user. And if they want to encrypt or decrypt that data, then they need a specific secret key. That's okay. If I'm talking about the different types of the encryption in here, then we are having 2 different types of encryption is in place. The first one that is a symmetric encryption, and the next one that is known as a asymmetric encryption. And in the slide, you guys can see that what is the symmetric encryption and what is the asymmetric encryption. So in the first picture, you can see when it is talking about the cryptic encryption. In that case, a same shared key is used for encrypting and decrypting the data, and we are only having the one shared key which we are using in order to encrypt and decrypt the specific data. Then we are having the asymmetric encryption in place, and in that case, it is uses a public key and a private key pair. Either the key can encrypt the data, but a single key can't be used to decrypt the encrypted data. So to decrypt the data, you need a paired key, and asymmetric encryption is used for the things such as accessing the different sites, for accessing the different internet websites over there. And when we are utilizing the HTTPS protocol and the electronic data signing solution, in that case, the encryption may protect the data at rest or in the transit as well. That's fine. So that is the two different ways of the encryption. So when we are putting up our data or when we are working with the data, so in that case, we are having the three different stages of the data is available. The first one, that is encryption for the data at rest. So if you are having your data presented in your physical device, if you are having your data in your database, if you are having your data in your storage account, means your data is stored somewhere. So that data is known as a data at rest. So you can set up the encryption on the same. Then we are having our data is in transit. In the data in transit, the data is moving from the one location to the another, and also we can say that the for example the data is transiting over the internet through the private network, and if the secure transfer can be handled by the several different layers, it could be done by the encryption, by encrypting the data on the application layer before sending it over to the network. And HTTPS is an example of the encryption is in transit. So encryption data in transit protect the outside observer and the provides a mechanism to transmit the data by limiting the risk of exposure. Apart from that, we are having the type for encryption or for data is in use. It means that if I want to go ahead and work with the data when the data is in use, in that case, that is a common case of encryption. It involves the securing the data in the non-persistent storage, such as we are having the RAM and the CPU caches available. So this can be achieved through the different technologies that can create an enclave that protect the data and keep the data encrypted while the CPU is processing that specific data. So that is the thing which we need to discuss in here about the encryption. Now let's move ahead and just talk about the hashing related thing in here. So inside that thing, if I'm talking about the hashing, so hashing is the process where we are converting the data into the different format. Now the question comes up, if encryption is changing the data format and hashing is also changing the data format, then what is the difference between the both? So the difference between the encryption and hashing is both, because hashing is a different to encryption. In the hashing is does not use any key, and hashed value is not subsequently decrypted back to the original over there. So we are using the hashes in order to store the password. So whenever the user enters their password, the same algorithm that created the stored hash create the hash of the entered password, and that is compared to the stored hashed version of the password. If they are matched, the user has answered their password correctly, and this is the more secure than storing the plain text and the password. But also, the hashing algorithms are also known to the hackers because hash functions are deterministic and they will produce the same input and the same output. So hackers can use the brute force dictionary attack by hashing the password, and for every matched hash they know the actual password. So to mitigate this risk, we are having the password as a salted, and this refers to adding a fixed length random value to the input of the hash function to create the unique hashes for the same input. And hackers can't know the salt value that hashed password are more secure over there. That's fine. So that is the difference between the encryption and the hashing. Now moving ahead with the next slide in this lesson. So that is talking about the different compliance concepts what we are having. So in the different compliance concept, we can say the data has become important than ever. So the organization is having the data, the institutions are having the data, the entire society generates data and rely on the data to function on a day-to-day basis. So in that case, we are having the different government agencies and industry groups that have issued the regulation to help protect and govern the use of the data from personal information, from financial information to the data protection and the privacy. Organization can be accountable for making the governance of the regulation to be compliant. In this thing, we are having few compliance related things listed, like data residency. So when it comes up to the compliance for the data residency thing in here, so it will govern the physical location where the data is stored and how it can be transferred internationally, how it can be processed and how it could be accessed over there. That's fine. So that these all the regulations are differ on depending on the jurisdiction area as well. That's fine. Then we are having the data sovereignty. That is another important consideration is the data sovereignty. Inside that, they are the data, particularly personal data, is subject to the laws and regulation for the specific company where it is held, where the physical data collected and where the physical data is processed. This can add a layer of complexity when it comes up to compliance because the same piece of the data can be collected in one location and stored in another and processed and is still another, making it subject to laws from the different to the countries and the regulations over there, regions over there. That's fine. Now the data privacy comes up in the line and it is providing the notice and being transparent about the collection from processing the data use and sharing of the personal data that are the fundamental principles of privacy laws and the regulation. So in the personal data reference as the PII, that is personally identifiable information, but the laws have expanded the definition to the any data directly linked to or indirectly link back to the person. So in that case, the organization are subject to for responsible on the data and also must operate the specific standard for saving that specific data. So that is all about in this lesson where we have to talk about the defense in depth, CIA, zero trust model, concept of encryption and hashing, and the basic compliance concepts what we are having. Now, moving ahead and talking about the lesson number 2, that is talking about the different identity concepts what we are having. So in today's time, the everyone and every device has an identity that can be used to access the different resources. Also, the identity is the only way in which people and the things are identified on the computer network and in the cloud as well. So in this specific lesson, we are going to talk about these different identity concepts over there. So in this section number 2, first of all, we are going to talk about the authentication and the authorization. Then we are going to take a look at the concept of the identity as a security perimeter. Then we are going to talk about the identity related services what we are having. That's fine. So first of all, if I'm talking about the authentication, so in that case, the authentication is the process of proving that a person is who they say they are. For example, if you are trying to make a login to your Facebook account, then you are proving the Facebook that you are the correct one who is trying to access the specific account over there. So that step and that thing is known as authentication. Okay, so in the case when the person proved that whose name appear in the card is the correct person or the whose person is identification characters are okay, like username and the password, then you will be able to access to the same thing. That's fine. Then the authorization comes up in the line. So once the authentication has been done, you are having the access to the resource, then the authorization comes up in the line, and accordingly you can decide like where they can go and what they are allowed to see and touch once you authenticate a user. And that specific process is known as a authorization over there. So in the cybersecurity terms, in a security related things, we can say that the authorization is something which is defining the permission or the level of access what you are having on the specific data or the resource which you want to access. That's fine. So that is the authentication and the authorization. And also we are having the different thing present into the identity, where we can say that identity as the primary security parameter. So as of now, we all know that when we are working with the online scenarios, in that case, the digital collaboration has changed a lot, and you can connect with your employees, you can connect your partners, you can connect with your teammates, you can connect your different organization persons, you can collaborate with them, you can access the organizational resource from anywhere or from any device without affecting the productivity of each and everyone. Okay, and they're also having the scenarios where the different number of people are still working from the home. So in that case, they need to access the resources to the organization, they need to access the application, whatever the applications are running inside the organization. So in that case, the enterprise security needs to adapt this new reality, and the security perimeter can no longer be viewed as an on-premises network. Now that thing is extend to the different SaaS applications. Then you can use the SaaS application with the identity. You can utilize those things into the personal device. That employee can use and access the corporate resources by using bring your own device related thing while they are working from the home. Also, the unmanaged device can be used by the partner or the customer when they interacting with the company data. So in that case, the traditional perimeter-based security model is no longer enough to maintain all of these requirements over there. Then in that case, the identity has become the new security parameter for the organization and to secure their assets over there. So what is the identity? So if I'm talking about the identity, so that is a set or a defined character for something. For example, it is having the person's identity over there, which a person can use to authenticate themselves, such as their username and the password and their level of authentication over there. So we can say that an identity must be associated with a user. It could be associated with an application, it could be associated with a device, or it could be associated with a something else thing over there. Now, if I'm talking about the four different pillars of the identity infrastructure, so we all know that the identity is a concept that is spans an entire environment. So in that case, the organization need to think about the broadly. So when we are talking about the infrastructure of the identity or the four pillars of the identity infrastructure, we can say. So in that case, the first one, the thing that is known as a administration. So by using the administration, we can create the identity, we can manage the identity, we can govern the identity for the users, for the devices and the services. And as an administrator, you can manage how and under what circumstances the characteristic of the identities can change. It can be created, it could be updated, or it could be deleted over there. So for example, if I'm having few users inside my Office 365 portal, and any one of my user needs access to the specific license what I have just purchased. So by having the administration role available with me, I can simply go ahead and assign that new license to that specific user. Then the authentication comes up in the line, and by using the authentication, what we can do, we can authenticate ourselves that we are the specific person who want to access the specific service and resource we already talked about. And once the authentication has been done, then we need to provide ourselves, when we need to provide our authorization, that we are the authorized one who are going to access that specific resource for the same. Then the auditing comes up in the line, and auditing is something that is maintaining the track about who does what, when, where, and how. Okay, so auditing is also including the in-depth reporting related to the different alert, related to the different type of governance related things over there. That's okay. So that is the part of the identity. So that is all the things what we have to discuss in here. Now moving ahead with the next slide. So that is talking about the describe the role of identity provider. So in our case, the modern authentication is an umbrella term for the authentication and the authorization related thing, because at the center of the modern authentication, the role of the authentication is a role of the identity provider. Now the question comes up in the mind that who is the identity provider? So a solution where we can create a platform where we can create, manage, update, delete the user identities. That thing is known as an identity service provider. So in our case, the Microsoft Azure Active Directory is going to be the identity provider, and by utilizing the Microsoft Azure Active Directory we can go ahead and manage the identities over there. That's fine. And also, by using the central identity provider, the organizations can establish the authentication. They can set up the authorization according to the level of the permission. They can set up the different authorization policies. They can monitor the user behavior. They can also go ahead and identify the suspicious activities, and it could reduce the malicious attack. Then the single sign-on comes up in the line. As an identity provider, you can also configure the single sign-on in the Azure Active Directory, and that is the thing where you can use your specific credentials once, and then you can access the multiple application and the resources what you are having. Also, if you are having the multiple identity providers available with you and you set up the SSO between all of them, so that situation is known as a federation where you are creating a trust relationship between them. So for example, if I'm having one company and the name of my this company is abc.com, and I'm having my another company and the name of my this company is going to be xyz.com, and when you set up the SSO between these two multiple identity providers, so in that case that thing is known as a federation over there. That's fine. Then moving ahead with the next concept, so it is talking about the concepts those are related to the Active Directory. So if I'm talking about the Active Directory domain services. So in that case, inside a computer network, the directory is something that is providing us the hierarchical structure is used to store the information about the objects on the network. So in that case, the directory service store the directory data and make it available to the network users, administrators, services, and the applications. If we are talking about the Active Directory, so that is a set of directory service that is developed by the Microsoft as a part of the Windows 2000 for on-premises domain-based network. So that is the best known service of this kind of Active Directory domain services. It also stores all the information about the members of the domain, including the devices and the user, and also it verifies their credentials and define their access. That's okay. So inside that, a server is running a Active Directory domain services is known as a domain controller over there. Now, if we are talking about the Azure Active Directory in here, so we can say that that is the next evaluation of the identity and access management solution. It also provides us the identity as a service solution for the different applications across the cloud on the on-premises. And we are also having the Azure Active Directory present as a main identity provider for all the different Microsoft services what they are running. That's fine. Now moving ahead and talking about the concept of the federation. So inside the slide, you can see the concept of the federation. So federation is something that will help you to enable the access towards the service across the different organizational boundaries. For example, inside this picture, you can see that in this picture, a website in the domain A that uses the authentication service for the identity provider A, or the user B in the domain authenticates with the identity provider of identity B. So in that case, if this user B from the identity provider B is want to access the website, that website is present into the domain A, into the identity provider A, in that case, what we need to do, we need to manage the different username and password for accessing the resource in the other domain. But when we set up the trust between the identity provider A and the identity provider B, then there is no need for maintaining the different passwords for the same. And because the sorry, identity provider A trust to the identity provider B over there, that's okay. So that is all about in this lesson in here, what we have to discuss as a part of this lesson number 2 on this module 3. Please let me know if you are having any questions related to the same. So we can continue with the questions and go ahead with the next concept what we are having. Okay, so now let's just move ahead with the third lesson of this module, that is talking about describe the threat protection with Microsoft 365 Defender. And let's just talk about the different services what we are having inside the Microsoft 365 Defender. So first of all, we need to understand the Microsoft 365 is an enterprise defense suite. Just give me a quick moment, please. And that suits the protects against the different sophisticated cyber attack over there. So in this picture, you can see inside the Microsoft 365 Defender, we are having those Defender experiences are available. It is having the Microsoft Defender for identity, and by using that we can protect our identities, and also we can use the Azure AD identity protection for the same. We are having the Microsoft Defender for endpoint, and if we do wanted to ensure that we are securing our endpoint or end devices, it could be our virtual machine or on-premises server or the machines what we have attached to the endpoint manager. So we can go ahead and use the Microsoft Defender for endpoint for the same. By using the Microsoft Defender for Cloud app, we can go ahead and gain a granular control and access towards the different application what we are having inside our organization. Then if we do wanted to maintain the protection of our email or the collaboration related thing like Teams in OneDrive in SharePoint, so for the same we can go ahead and utilize the Microsoft Defender for Office 365 for the same. That's okay. Moving ahead and talking about the different plans what we are having as a part of the Microsoft Defender in here. So we are having two different plans are available. The Microsoft Defender for Office 365 Plan 1 and the another is Microsoft Defender for Office 365 Plan 2. So by utilizing the Plan 1, we can have the capability for the safe attachment. It is scanning the attachment in the Office 365 mails and the things. And if there is malicious attachments are available, then it will provide us the protection for the same. Then we are having the safe links option available, and it will check all the links what we are having. Also, we can use the safe attachment thing in the Office 365 Plan 1 for Microsoft Defender. if we are having the attachment present into the SharePoint, OneDrive, and Microsoft Teams, it's also giving us the protection from the anti-phishing related thing, phishing related attacks, and also it will provide us the real-time detection on the things what we are having. That's fine. Now, if I'm talking about the another plan what we are having as a Microsoft Defender for Office 365 plan. So this plan is having all the features are available, what the features we are having inside the Microsoft Defender for Office 365 Plan 1. Apart from that, it is also including the threat trackers that is automatically tracking the for the different type of threat based on the AI related searching over there. You can also go ahead and search with the threat explorer and where the Microsoft expert help you to mitigate the threats from your end. You are also having the AI capability available into this plan 2 of Office 365 Microsoft Defender. For example, if any threat happens, if you found any threat over there, then by using the automated investigation and response, you can automatically do the investigation and set the response onto that specific threat. It is also having the attack simulator, and by using the attack simulator you can check the awareness of your employees in your organization, and by running the attack simulator you can see that how your organization things look like. Also you can go ahead with the proactively hunt for the threat with the advanced hunting capability what we are having in the Microsoft 365 Defender. If you guys are having alert and the incident into the Microsoft 365 Defender, then you can go ahead and utilize that things as well. That's okay. So now, before moving ahead with the Microsoft Defender for Endpoint, let's just have a look at how we can go ahead and work with the Microsoft Defender for 360, Office 365 and the services as well. That's fine. Just give me a quick moment. I'm opening up my portal for you. And here I want to do one thing. I want to open my security portal. And here my security portal is opening up. And then here you can see it is saying that welcome to Microsoft 365 Defender. And here inside the Microsoft 365 Defender, I'm having my secure score available. I'm having my risks are available. So this time I don't want to go and use this specific account. Let me do one thing. I want to make a login with the another account what I'm having. So let me open up that specific account in here. And I'm opening up admin.microsoft.com. And from in here, I want to utilize those credentials. Just give me a quick moment. Here, I want to use those credentials. I need to copy those credentials from in here. So this is the username, and this is going to be the password. All right. So my this account is logging in. So now here you can see if I click on the show all button, and from in here I can go to the security. And it is opening up the Microsoft 365 Defender for me. All right. We go with the next, and done. Okay, so now here you can see according to the identity how much I am secure, according to the data how much I am secure, according to the application how much I am secure. So I can see my Microsoft Secure score. In order to see the security status, I am having the different options are also available. Like I'm having the attack simulator training, I'm having the cloud discovery option, I'm having the different options are available. Those are related to the things what we have discussed as a part of Office 365 Admin Center, Defender Center. And from in here, if I'm opening up the compliance thing, so in the compliance, we can see the different safe link policy option, attachment policies option as well. That's fine. So now from this portal, here you can see that I'm having one option for the policies, and inside the policies here you can see that we are having the different policies are available. So in the policy type we can see in the alert that which type of policies I am having. That is a compliance manager policy, suspicious policy and all. And also we can go ahead and search for the different type of policies what we are having. So inside this option we can go to the compliance manager. From in here we can see the compliance manager related thing. That's fine. Apart from that, from in here we can see how many applications I'm having with the open authenticator application, how many active devices I'm having. If we want to go to the policy and rule, then inside the policy and rule, here you can see I'm having the threat policy. And inside the threat policy, we can manage the anti-phishing policy, we can manage the anti-spam policy, we can manage the anti-malware policy, we can manage the safe attachment and the safe link policy as well. That's fine. If we want to manage those policies, then we can use this Defender Cloud portal. That is the thing what we have to discuss in here. Now, let's just talk about the Microsoft Defender for Endpoint. So if I'm talking about the Microsoft Defender for Endpoint in here, so it is a suite that provides us the protection with the different identity with the Microsoft Defender for identity, or we can utilize the Microsoft Defender for identity thing in here. And also, oops, let me go back in here. So in that case, if I'm talking about the Microsoft Defender for Endpoint, so here you can see the Microsoft Defender for Endpoint is a platform which is help the enterprise networks to protect the endpoint over there. It is helping us by preventing, detecting, investigating, and responding to the advanced threat what we are having. Also, Microsoft Defender for Endpoint embed the different technologies what we built into the Windows 10. And also the Microsoft Defender for Endpoint having the behavioral sensors are present that collect and process the signals from the different operating system, from the cloud analytics that run the signals over there. And also it will having the different capabilities are available, like Microsoft Defender for Endpoint include the threat and the vulnerability management option in here. And by using that specific option itself, this will provide a risk-based approach to the discovery, prioritization, and the remediation of the endpoint vulnerabilities and the different misconfigurations what we are having. It uses the sensors on the devices to avoid the need of the agent to scan or prioritize the vulnerability. It is also having the option for the attack surface reduction, and we can use the attack surface reduction, that is a set of capability that provide the first line of the defense in the stack, and by ensuring the configuration setting and the properly set the exploration mitigation, we can set up the different rules according to that. Also, it is providing us the next generation protection because inside our machines, we are having the different things are present that will help us to protect our machine, and also it is connected with the Microsoft Cloud infrastructure in order to protect the devices in your enterprise organization. It is also having the capability for endpoint detection and response, that is EDR. And what this does, that will provide advanced attack detection that are near real time and actionable. And accordingly, the security analysts can prioritize the alert. There is any breach, so the security operation analyst can see the full scope of a breach and take a response action to remediate the specified threat. It is also having the automated investigation and the remediation option available. So this feature uses the inspection algorithm and processes the thing by using the playbook, and it will examine the alert and take a quick remediation action to resolve the breach, whatever the breach we are having. That's fine. Then we are having the option present for the Microsoft Threat Expert, and that is a managed threat hunting service that provides the security operations center with the monitoring and the analysis tools to ensure the critical threat don't get missed over there. So we are also having the Microsoft Threat Expert capability available with the same. Then we are having the option for the Microsoft Defender for Cloud App. So if I'm talking about the Microsoft Defender for Cloud App, so that is something which is working as a gatekeeper between the applications and the your users who are going to access the specific application over there. In that case, we are having the Cloud App Security Broker. So that is acts like a gatekeeper to block the real-time access between your enterprise user and the cloud resource that they use, and wherever they are located, and regardless of the device they are using. Cloud App Service Broker help the organization to protect their environment by providing a wide range of capabilities across the following pillars as mentioned, like the visibility, threat protection, data security, and the compliance. So in the visibility, it will detect the different cloud services and the applications that use and provide the visibility into the shadow IT. We are having the threat protection. Inside that, it will monitor the user activity for anonymous behavior, control access to the resource through the access control, and mitigate the malware. That's fine. It is also giving us the security related to the data, and it will identify and control the sensitive information by protecting it against the malicious things over there. Then the compliance comes up in the line, and this will also assess the compliance test for the different cloud services, and these capabilities area they represents the basis of the Defender for Cloud app frameworks over there. If I'm talking about the Microsoft Defender for Cloud app framework, so it will discover and control the use of shadow IT. It will give us the protection to our sensitive information, whatever the information we are having anywhere in the cloud. It is continuously assess our cloud application for the compliance. If I'm talking about the Defender for Cloud App functionality, so Defender for Cloud App Security delivers on the components of the framework through an extensive list of features and functionality, and those functions and the features are like sanctioning the application. So in your organization, by using the Cloud App Catalog, we can have over 25,000 cloud applications are available that are ranked and the score based on the industry standard over there. We can use those things as a part of the thing, and we can also see the score for those applications. So the more score source, that application is more secure. Then we are having the cloud discovery that will map and identify your cloud environment and the cloud application to your organization that uses. And cloud discovery uses your traffic log to dynamically discover and analyze the cloud application being used. Then we are having the conditional access in place that will provide the condition-based access to the users based on the same. Then the thing comes up related to the Microsoft Defender for Identity. So the Microsoft Defender for Identity is a cloud-based solution that we can use in our on-premises Active Directory, and that is used as a signal in order to detect, investigate the advanced threat and the compromised identities and the malicious insider actions directed at your organization. So what Microsoft Defender for Identity does, it will provide the security professional to manage the hybrid environments by monitoring the user profile behavior and the activity. It will protect the user identity and also it will reduce the attack surface. It will identify the suspicious activity and the advanced attack across the different cyber attack culture related thing. And it will also provide the investigation alert and the user activities for the same. That's fine. Now here you can see it is talking about the Microsoft Defender for Cloud Portal with having the different options enabled like incident and alert, hunting, threat analytics, secure score, learning hub, report, permission and role. So let's discuss all the thing one by one. That's fine. Now, moving ahead with that specific concept, so let me go back to my portal. And in my portal, when I'm opening up the Microsoft Defender for Cloud, okay, let me open this up. And I want to open the security portal. As of now, I want to open the Defender for Cloud. So as of now, here you can see we are having the option for the incident and the alert. So it is having the record for the incident and the alerts what we are having inside our devices. So incident is the collection of the different alert, and based on that we are having the things are available like suspicious administrative activity happening and inactivity from infrequent country, and where on which device we are having that incident available. So we can open the incident and we can see all the details available in here. That's fine. So here you can see that we are having that activity on to the alert basis on the user one and which user is involved in that specific incident. In that incident, the admin user is involved and this is the investigation priority. In the evidences and the responses, we can see that we are having the one IP address available. And this is the suspicious IP address onto that specific organization with that specific ASN number, with the specific country region and the state what we are having. That's fine. We can also go ahead and see the view incident in the alert and the IP page. So we can see all the incident those are related with that specific IP address. In the hunting section, we can go for the advanced hunting option where we can run the different type of queries over there in order to get the data accordingly. So we can go with the advanced ranking and here we need to run the query. So inside the queries option, you can see if I go with the suggested query and if I go with the collection in here, then you can see I'm having the different queries are available which we can run in the network and the persistence over there. That's fine. So that is for running the query. If I wanted to go with the new query, so I go ahead and create a new query for the same. That's okay. Now in the custom detection rule, we can go ahead and set up a custom detection rule and accordingly it will detect for the different alerts what we are having. Then we are having the threat analytics in place. Inside the threat analytics, we can see the threat analytics detail available according to the different compliance related things, and that is coming up with the Microsoft AI related thing. That's fine. We can email these notification settings to us. in the secure score, we can go ahead and see the secure score. So as I told you, the secure score shows that how my organization is secure, and in the recommended action we can see the actions which we can perform in order to maintain our secure score, make our environment more secure. Inside the history, we can see that on which thing we are getting the point. So for example, here you can see that 2 point regress for disabling the built-in guest account, 2 points regress over there, 2 points change, 5 point score change because turn on the Microsoft Defender for Office 365 in SharePoint. So that's why how we are making the changes accordingly, we can see on which action we are getting the score and on which action we are not getting the score. That's fine. Then if I'm moving ahead in the matrix and the crank, so in that case, we can see the score changes. So as of now, here you can see that I'm having 10.4% decrease in the secure score thing in here. So we can go ahead and set up the different secure scores in here. That's fine. Then in the learning hub, when we are moving ahead to the learning hub option, then inside the learning hub option, let me click into it. So here you can see that if I wanted to learn with the different things what we are having in here that is related to the best practice of Microsoft Defender for Office 365, those are related to the Microsoft Defender for Endpoint Basic Training. So we can see the documentations from in here, and also from the trials, we can see the different trials. Then we are having the option for the attack simulation training. And from in here, we can go ahead and plan an attack for checking the awareness for the organizations. Now here you can see if I'm closing it up, then here you can see launch the instant simulation. So if I'm launching my own simulation, so let me go with the continue and let me click into it. So it says that please wait while your simulation is being launched. Okay, it is taking some time, and let me open up my Outlook as well in order to see that if I'm receiving any email related to the same. Okay, so these all are my previous emails and I don't get anyone. So okay, it is launching the simulation. So in the simulation, we can see by running the simulation inside our organization, we can see that how our organization employees are aware related to the different attacks what we are having. That's fine. And now here you can see baseline credential based harvest is in progress. And if I go back to my inbox in here, then in that case here you can see that I'm having this medium severity alert available. Can see that alert detail, and accordingly my this alert is in progress. So now here you can see the baseline credential harvest simulation. We can see the activity, like how many users are compromised, what is the details for the same. So I'm getting one mail on the same, and then here you can see that I'm getting this message. Our server has detected some error delivering two new messages to your inbox. Due to the synchronization delay, click view to the return message to retrieve your message. Once I click onto this one, then here you can see it is asking me for signing to the portal. So here I am putting up my credentials, whatever the credentials I'm having. Let me go with the next, and then let me enter my password randomly. And now here you can see that I am having those things are available, like I am pasted over the same. So now here you can see in the thing, you can see that you have completed one training course. Why? because I have used the phishing link, and in the phishing link report now I can see the user details are available, like how many users are compromised with the credential harvest simulation. So in the report we can see the list of the compromised user, and here you can see is it compromised with the training status, other action, compromised, and all the things. So that is how we can go ahead and run the different attack simulations. If I go to the report option, what we are having inside the Microsoft Defender 365. So in the report section, you can say inside this report section option, we can generate the different type of report what we are having. We can generate the security report, we can query for the resources, we can go with the device health, we can check the firewall status. So for example, if I go with the security report, then here I can see the security report according to the users and all. That's fine. In the permission and the role option, once I go to the permission, so from in here we can manage the different role and permission for the Microsoft Defender for 365. We can manage the roles and the permission for Azure Active Directory. We can manage the roles and permission for the endpoint role and the groups. Also, we can manage the permission for the email collaboration roles, and also we can manage the roles for the cloud app services over there. So if you guys do wanted to configure and manage the roles for the different area what we are having, like Microsoft Defender, Azure AD, Endpoint, so you can just go to the specific area, and inside the role area you can go ahead and manage the specific role for the specific feature whatever the role is listed. So here if you want to import the legacy role, so you can import the legacy roles in here. So you need to select the legacy option. Then here you can see the list, whatever the roles we are having. Then you can import those legacy roles what we are having. Apart from that, if you guys do wanted to create a new role, then you can create a new role as well by putting up here the create a new role. Then you can enter the name of your role, for example, and this is going to be role. The description is optional. Then inside the permission you can select like which operation you want to, or which permission you want to assign for that specific role. So that is how you can go ahead and manage the roles only. That's fine. And let me move back to the presentation. And that is all about in this lesson as well. Now it's the time for talking about the last concept what we are having inside this thing. That is talking about the Microsoft Service Trust portal in here. So before moving ahead with this lesson, please let me know everyone if you are having any pending question related to the same. All right, so we are absolutely good to start with the fourth lesson of this module number 3, that is talking about describe the service trust portal and privacy with the Microsoft. Let's go ahead with the very first lesson, very first concept of this module. So this is the service trust portal. Now, whenever we are talking about the service trust portal, then the question comes up in the mind that what is the service trust portal? So the Microsoft Cloud Services are built on the foundation of trust, security, and the compliance. So the Microsoft Service Trust Portal provide the different content, tool, and the other resources about the Microsoft security, privacy, and the compliance practices. And in the specific portal, Microsoft also help the organization to meet their privacy requirement with the Microsoft Priva. And Microsoft Priva is something that help your organization to sorry, to safeguard your personal data and build a privacy relations workspace. So the service trust model, or I can say the service trust portal, is having the different things are available. It is having the service trust portal that provide you the link to get back to the home page. Then you are having the compliance manager, and the compliance manager redirect you to the compliance manager, where you can see the Microsoft Purview compliance portal. In the trust document, you can see the documents that provide the wealth of a security implementation and design implementation with the goal of making it easier. In the audit report, we can see the list of the independent audit report and the assessment reports on the Microsoft Cloud Service. In the data protection, you can see the data protection related things. So now let's jump up to the portal and see what are the Microsoft Services portal things are. So inside my this browser, I am quickly opening up the short link that is aka.ms/stp. So you can go ahead and visit that link if you do want to access the Service Trust portal. Sorry. And from in here, first of all, you need to make a login. So let me make a login first. Now I have logged in here with my Microsoft CDX account. So inside the Service Trust portal, you can see that I am on the home page, and inside the admin, I can go to the settings area of the Service Trust portal. In that area, I can select the role for myself. In the all documents, I can say the documents what we are having. And from in here, we can see that how Microsoft Cloud Services provide and protect the data. How can you manage the cloud data security and compliance for our organization? So in that case, we can see the different applicable document according to the different gigs and the cloud service. In the My Library option, we can say and save and see the documents what we have saved for our reference. In the Service Class portal area, we are having the different certification, regulation, and standards are available. We are having few report, white paper, and artifacts are available related to the privacy and data protection, related to the assessment related thing over there. Then we are having the industry and regional resources are available, and we can see the resources for your organization. So inside that case, we can see the different resources according to my organization over there. That's fine. So as of now, we can see the different things in here. So for example, if I want to see the system and organization control report, so here from in this portal, we can see the different reports. Those are related to the audit assessment performed by the third party auditor on the Azure Dynamics 365 Germany system and design, the operating effectiveness control report. We can utilize and download those documents from in here. If you do wanted to access those things, so we can add those things into our library as well. So from the Service Desk portal, we can have access to the different things what we are having as a part of the compliance thing over there. Then the Microsoft privacy principle comes up in the place. So we all know that the Microsoft products and the services run on the trust. Microsoft always value and protect and defend the privacy. So in that case, Microsoft is approaching the privacy into these three different six principles like control. So in that case, they're putting you, the customer, in control of the data and the privacy. That is easy to use tool and clear the choice for your data. That Microsoft is controlling your privacy. Then the transparency comes up, and being transparent is something that about that what data is used and everyone can inform to make the decision. Microsoft only process your data based on your agreement and with the accordance of that, the strict policies and the procedures are followed along with that. That's fine. Then we are having the security is in place, and by using the security, Microsoft is using the strong security and encryption with the state-of-the-art encryption method that protect your data at both wherever the data at rest or the data is in transit. Then Microsoft is also taking the strong legal protection because Microsoft is respecting the local privacy law and fighting for the legal protection of privacy as a fundamental human right. Microsoft defends your data through the clearly defined and well established response policies and process for the strong contractual commitments over there. It is also having the no context based targeting. It means that not using the email, not using the chat, file, or other personal content to target advertising, and Microsoft do not share your data with advertiser supported service, or nor the Microsoft is having any purpose for making that data available for the marketing research. What is the benefit for all of the things to you by the Microsoft? So in that case, when Microsoft collect your data, it is used to make that data beneficial for you. And for example, it is preventing and running the troubleshooting. Microsoft is utilizing that data for the future improvement over there, and also it will help you to give you the better customer experience over there. That's fine. Now, moving ahead and talking about the next concept, what we are having, that is the Microsoft Priva. So Microsoft Priva is nothing, is it is only a dashboard that provides the automatic update related to the important things what we are having. Contains the different snapshot of the personal data what we are having inside our organization, and accordingly we can set up the different policy that will help us to set up the different privacy risk in our organization. As in the picture you can see that there are 189 new items are created in a personal data, 179 policies, oh sorry, and there are 652 privacy risk matches are in there. There are 12 new requests for overdue requests are in there, and the content icon with the most personal data. So we can see the content owner, the data subject, and all the details what we are having. So Microsoft's Priva subject the right request, the workflow automation, and the collaboration capability to search for the subject data. Accordingly, it will review the findings and collect the appropriate file for the produce report over there on the dashboard. And that is all about this module as well. Now we are going to look at the fourth and very small module of MS-900. But before moving ahead with that specific module, please let me know everyone if you are having any pending question from the fourth module as well, third module as well. Feel free to ask about your queries, whatever the queries you are having. That's fine. So now we are going to take a look on the fourth and the small module of this course. And in this module, we are going to talk about the different support and the licensing option what we are having as a part of the Microsoft 365. So let's just talk about the licensing options in here. So in this module, we are having the three different lessons. The lesson number one is talking about the identifying the different licensing option, what we are available in the Microsoft 365. Then it is talking about the describe the support offerings for Microsoft 365 service. Also, it is talking about describe the service lifecycle in Microsoft 365. Fine. So let's jump up to the very first lesson that is talking about the different pricing model for the cloud services. So we all know that Microsoft offers the different licensing programs that are channel where you can buy the Microsoft 365 product and the services. These programs include the Microsoft Volume Licensing, Cloud Solution Provider Program, Web Direct Program. For example, in the volume licensing, the Microsoft 365 is available for the customer through the enterprise agreement. So if you want a dedicated expert to provide hands-on support, Microsoft has many cloud qualified partners in their cloud solution provider program who can help you up on the same. So the first thing comes up in the line that is cloud solution provider model. In that case, the cloud solution provider model is a Microsoft partner program that provides the experience and service that you need to through an expert CSP partner. And your Microsoft 365 subscription is provided through a CSP partner who can manage your entire subscription, provide the billing and technical support, and also the cloud service provider partner will help will have admin privilege that will allow them to access your tenant. Okay. And also, the cloud solution provider program provides a pay-as-you-go subscription model with per user per month planning that enable your business to scale up or down from month to month as you need the change. That's fine. And also you can search that thing on the Microsoft's official website. Then the enterprise agreement comes up in the line, and the enterprise agreement is designed for the organization that want to license software and the cloud services minimum for the 3-year period. And the enterprise agreement offers the best value of organization with 500 or more user or devices. One of the benefit of the enterprise agreement is that it is manageable and giving you the flexibility to buy the different cloud services and the software licenses under a single organization-wide agreement. And the another benefit of the enterprise agreement is that your organization can get 24 into 7 technical support for planning the services and the indirect technical training for the same. That's fine. So these all are the different licensing and pricing model available. Apart from that, when we are talking about the bill and the billing management option, so a billing account is created when you sign up or you are trying to buy the Microsoft product. Then you can use your billing account to manage your account settings, your invoices, payment, method, and purchase in the Microsoft 365 Center. As of now, which type of billing accounts are supported into the Microsoft 365? You can use the Microsoft Online Service Program. So this billing account is created when you sign up for Microsoft 365 subscription directly. Apart from that, we are having the Microsoft Product and Service Agreement. This billing account is created for you when your organization signs an MPSA volume licensing agreement to purchase software and the online services. Apart from that, we are having the Microsoft Customer Agreement, and this is the billing account which is created when your organization works with a Microsoft representative, an authorized partner, and purchase independently. Then after we are having the billing management options are available. So inside the Microsoft 365 admin center, we are having the billing option available that can be managed from that specific admin center. And the admin center allow you to manage the subscription, allow you to manage the billing, statement, update payment method. You can change your billing frequency. And also you can go ahead and upgrade, renew, and reactivate or cancel subscription. You can view the number of purchase license. You can view a bill, invoice, and the past billing statement. You can modify the payment method. You can modify the billing frequency. You can buy and manage the other service or feature. Also, you can manage the billing notification for email and the invoice attachment as we seen in our previous demonstrations over there. That's fine. Now moving ahead and talking about the different plans what we are having. So in the subscription plan, we are having Microsoft 365 Home that is consist of two different plans in here. The Microsoft 365 Personal and Microsoft 365 Family. So by having the personal plan, that is for the single person with the multiple device, and family is for up to 6 people over there. That's fine. And Microsoft 365 Education, so that is for the educational institutions, has two subscription plan for the faculty and the student that include the different feature. Like in the education, we are having Microsoft 365 A1, Microsoft Microsoft 365 A3 and Microsoft 365 A5 licenses are available. In the Microsoft 365 government, this license subscription is for the government institutions, and it has two subscription plans that include the different features like Microsoft 365 government G1, G3, and G5 license over there. Then the Microsoft 365 business comes up in the line, and that is used for the small to medium sized organization that can have up to 300 plus subscription. It has 4 different subscriptions are available like app for business, business basic, business standard, and the business premium. That's fine. Then the Microsoft 365 for frontline workers come, and that subscription is designed to empower the frontline worker and optimize the frontline in script. And it has three subscription tiers that include the feature F1, F3, and F5 for the same. Let me go back in here. Uh-oh. F1, F3 license, and F5 for the same. And then the Microsoft 365 Enterprise comes up, and it is having the different feature like F for Enterprise, E3 license, E5 license, and the F3 license over there. So when we are talking about the license, so in the license, we can say that license allow your user to use the specific feature and the service in the subscription plan. So Microsoft 365 product and service are available as user subscription license that is known as a USL. So in that case, we are having the full USL option available, add-on USL option available, from SA USL option available, and setup USL option available. It means that if I'm talking about the full USL option, what does it mean? Just give me a quick moment. Okay, so in the full USLs that are for new customers who haven't previously purchased the Microsoft product and service, and we are having the add-on USL, and in that case we are having the on-premises software for the customer who want to add the Microsoft 365 cloud product and the service with the existing subscription. Then we are having the form SAUSL that are for the on-premises software assurance to the customer that want to transition to the cloud. And then we are having the step up USLs. These all are for the customer who want to upgrade their level of service. So each user is accessing the Microsoft 365 product and the service that is required to be assigned the USL. Administrator can manage the licenses in the Microsoft 365 Admin Center from the licensing option. That's fine. And if we are talking about the add-ons over there, so the add-ons are two different types of. The first one is a standard add-on and standalone, and the traditional. In the traditional add-on, those are linked to the specific subscription. So if you cancel the subscription, then the link add-on is also cancelled. Apart from that, we are having the standalone add-on, and this will appear as a separate subscription in your product page. And within the Microsoft 365 Admin Center, they have their own expiration date, and you can manage the same way that you are managing the another license that's in here. That's okay. So that is all about in this lesson, where we talked about the pricing model, the licensing, and the billing frequency. Before moving ahead with the second lesson of this module, that is talking about the support offering for Microsoft 365 service, please let me know everyone if you are having any questions related to the same, what we have discussed so far in the MS-900 session. All right. Thank you very much for the quick confirmations from your end in here. And if I'm talking about the next lesson, that is talking about the different support options what we are having for the Microsoft 365 service. So first of all, we are having the community-based support, where your organization can take an advantage of the community-based support on the Microsoft Tech community. And then we are having the option for the proactive support. Inside the proactive support, your organization can install the Microsoft Support Recovery Assistant to help and identify the problem by running the test and offer the best solution for those problems. That's fine. It can currently fix the Office Microsoft 365 or Outlook problem. Then you are having the web chat, email chat, and the phone chat support option available, and your organization can submit issue to Microsoft 365 support for the technical billing and the subscriptions over there. you can have those support available via email, via online web chat or phone chat available. Then you are having the pre-chat support, pre-sale support, sorry. In the pre-sale support, your organization is provided with the assistance on the subscription feature and the benefit and your purchasing decision for the Microsoft 365 service. Then we are having the option for the fast track service in here, and your organization can connect with the expert Microsoft engineers, project managers, and the resources in order to help and deploy the Microsoft 365 to resolve the issues over there. Then we are having the premier support option available for the Microsoft 365, and that is for your enterprise organization that can receive on-site support, aggregated technical account manager, and access to advisory service. Then we are having the support available for the Microsoft partner through the Microsoft partner. In that case, your organization can get support directly through a certified Microsoft 365 partner. For an example, if your organization has purchased the Microsoft 365 subscription through a cloud service provider, then they will get the support from the cloud service provider. In that case, the CSP will act as a first line of support for all issues, and it will escalate issue to the Microsoft if they are unable to resolve them. So these all are the different support ways what we are having. Instead of that, if we are talking about the different service level agreement in here, so the service level agreement is something where we are having the commitment, like how much time our services are up and running. So in that case, we are having the different concepts are available, like incident. So that is the set of event. In that case, the single event that results the downtime. Then we are having the uptime. Uptime is something that is the total time on which our services are functional and working. Then the downtime. So if we are talking about the downtime, so the downtime depends on the relevant service what we are using. So for example, if we are using the Microsoft Teams and any period of time where users are unable to initiate the online meeting and the thing, so in that case, it is considered as a downtime. So downtime reduces the total time of your service that are functional as your uptime. Then the claim comes up in the picture. So what is the meaning of the claim? The claim raises the information about the specific incident, and your organization, my apologies, is responsible for submitting a claim on an incident. The organization should provide the details about the experience downtime, affected users, and how it was attempted to resolve the incident. And Microsoft is responsible for processing the specific claim towards the organization. Then we are having the service credit. Service credit is submitted by the organization admin. If the claim successfully approved by the Microsoft, then your organization will receive a service credit, and the service credit will be percentage of total monthly fees of your organization paid for the month where you experience the downtime. Then we are having the service level thing, and to perform the metric, we are having a SLA that Microsoft agreed to meet in the delivery of the services over there. Then we are having the uptime agreement. So the uptime agreement is defined by the monthly uptime percentage. And this percentage is for given active tenant in a calendar month. And the calculator of that thing is depending on the product service. So for example, we are having the uptime for the less than 99.9%, then we will getting the service credit for 25%. If we are having the 99% uptime, then we are getting the service rate 50%. And if we are having the service uptime percentage less than 5%, then we are getting the service rate for 100% over there. That's fine. And we can also go ahead and check the health status of the services. So we already seen that we can go to the health status in the admin center, and from the health we can go to the service health and see whatever the things are up and running and whatever the things are not running. Then you can also share your feedback. So if you guys are thinking that we are having different feedbacks are available, so you can provide your feedback to the feedback section, you can go with the in-product experience. You can use the Windows Feedback Hub. You can use the Tech Community, Microsoft Store, and Voice Form in order to share your feedback with the Microsoft 365 based on the different services what you are using. That's okay. And also that is all about this lesson number 2 in here. Now, before moving ahead with the lesson number 3, that is only talking about the life cycle in the Microsoft 365. So in the life cycle, we are having those different things are available like private preview, public preview, general availability, and the end of the support. So in that case, whenever the Microsoft project is having anything available, so in that case, the every project or service has a life cycle, and that life cycle includes the project and service in Microsoft 365. So in that specific life cycle, we are having the three different phases like private preview, public preview, general availability, and end of the support. So if I'm talking about the private preview, so in this phase, the Microsoft release the product or service to the limited number of users to test and evaluate the new features or the functionality. That force doesn't include the formal support. Typically, user can sign up to the members of a private preview, but preview release isn't made available to the public. In the public preview option, when the Microsoft released the public preview for the product and service before their general availability release to receive feedback from the broad range of the user, and once everything looks good in that public preview, then after the public preview completed, Microsoft release it as a general availability. And in that case, the product and service available for the all the user with the formal support, and that is also known as a release version. Then we are having the end of support option is in place, and inside the end of support, it is having the older product, and when Microsoft is retiring that specific product, then it is called as a end of service product over there. That's fine. So that is all about the thing what we have to discuss in this module, as well as that is all about the MS-900 course program in here, and that is all about from my side for this course. Before winding up the session today, please let me know everyone if you guys are having any questions related to the things what do we have discussed from morning to this time in this course. And please, the chat window is open for you. You can share your queries and the doubt, and I'm really happy to answer all of them. All right, so everything looks good in here. Thank you very much for the confirmations from your end. So once again, thank you very much everyone for joining me in the session. And if you guys want to register yourself for the upcoming webinars what we are having, so you guys can go to the GTechLearn.com, and from in here you can go to the upcoming event section, and from in here, you can do register yourself for the upcoming trainings what we are having. That's all right. And thank you very much for joining in the session. We'll see you all in any other training session what we are planning.